the IPQ was established. The detailed history and story of the development of IPQ will be shared by Professor and Professor Gokhale. Last but not least, that we are going to revamp the processes of Indian Philosophical Quarterly. We are going to develop online journal management system. Savitribai Phule Pune University has in-house software development company. And we have requested that company to develop online journal management system. They have accepted our request, and now very soon the online avatar of journal will be there, and it will be good for the circulation, it will be good for the subscription. So we may increase the subscription, we may increase the circulation of the IPQ with this online system. Recently, university authorities has allotted us a mezzanine floor in one of the buildings where we will be setting up the separate library for Indian Philosophical Quarterly. All our last journals and the published books will be set up there. Very soon it will be inaugurated, and it will be brought into the service. The digitization project has already taken place. Professor Deshpande was the head of the department during that period. He has digitized many past issues. I mean, almost all the past issues till that time he has digitized and put it on the university website. It is for free circulation and free to download. Once I asked Professor Deshpande that why shouldn't we charge for the downloading and all that. So he scolded me. He said, no, we have worked for it, we have taken efforts, and why are you selling our efforts? So it is for the free circulation, and those articles are most authentic articles, I would say. That was a different time. Predatory journal culture was not developed during that time, and this was the only journal for many years. Therefore, the people were not writing at that time for their career advancement. People were writing for their intellectual advancement. That was the time when the IPQ was catering the service of publishing the journal. Now, I would also like to thank Professor Rajeshwari Deshpande, who is the director of Interdisciplinary Schools in Humanities. She has generously funded our project to continue the digitization. So we have already given the orders. Very soon we'll digitize the rest of the issues, and those will be put on the website, and the online journal management system also be in the service very soon. To conclude, as a head of the department, I once again welcome you all for this. This is the one of the kind of event which will be quite memorable. We want to build a team where henceforth will increase the scope and the energy of Indian Philosophical Quarterly. Thank you very much. I welcome you all once again. Thanks a lot.
Let's move towards the felicitations of guest. In order to felicitate our guest, I will just call the name and Ms. Yukti will read the bio. In order to grace this occasion, we are privileged to have Professor Nirmalya Chakraborty, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Presidency University, Kolkata, as our chief guest.
Now, it is our privilege to felicitate an eminent philosopher, an exceptional academic leader, and a scholar of remarkable depth. Professor Nirmal Chakraborty illustrates career spans decades of dedicated teaching, research, and administration. As the Vice Chancellor of Presidency University, Kolkata, he has previously been a Professor of Philosophy at Rabindra Bharati University, where he has nurtured a generation of students and scholars. He has held key positions including Dean, Faculty of Arts, and Head of Department of Philosophy at Rabindra Bharati University, contributing significantly to the institution's academic excellence. I request the dignitaries to please take the seat. I'll read the brief bio of Sir, and then we can proceed to the next felicitation. His scholarly pursuits have taken him across the globe with prestigious fellowship at renowned institutions such as University of Glasgow, Scotland, and the University of Naples, Italy. As a Commonwealth Fellow, and visiting professor at esteemed universities in India and abroad, he has brought Indian philosophy to the global stage while engaging with contemporary philosophical discourse. Professor Chakraborty has also played a pivotal role in shaping philosophical research in India. As Member Secretary of Indian Philosophical Research, ICPR, and executive editor of Rabindra Bharati Journal of Philosophy, he has been instrumental in fostering academic dialogue and advancing philosophical thoughts. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion with your presence. Your contribution continue to inspire scholars across the country, and we are truly honored to have you with us today. Thank you.
We are privileged to have Professor Sharad Deshpande, the former head of Department of Philosophy and the former editor of IPQ. Yukti will read the brief bio of Professor Deshpande, and then we shall request our... No, please. 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. Sir.
Sir, we request for the audience at least. You don't need any introduction, but we request it for you.
Yes.
Professor Deshpande has dedicated over 4 decades to teaching and research in philosophy, significantly shaping contemporary philosophical discourse. He has served as professor and head of Department of Philosophy at Savitribai Phule Pune University, mentoring generation of students and scholars. His area of expertise encompass classical Indian philosophy, 20th century Indian philosophy, analytic philosophy, and philosophy of history. His outstanding academic journey includes prestigious fellowship and visiting position at renowned institution. He has been National Fellow of Indian Council of Philosophical Research, ICPR, from 2023 to 2024. Within India, he has been invited as visiting fellow at several esteemed universities, including Dibrugarh, Utkal, Kottayam, Mumbai, Rabindranath Bharati, Kolkata, Central University of Hyderabad, North Bengal, Allahabad, and many more. His scholarly contribution, dedication to philosophical research, and commitment to academic excellence have earned him great respect in philosophical community. It is an honor to have him with us today, and we are eagerly look forward to his insights. May I now request our Pro VC, Professor Parag Kalkar, to please kindly come forward and felicitate Professor Sharad Deshpande, sir, with token of appreciation. Can we have a big round of applause?
Thank you, sir. We are also privileged to have Professor Pradeep Gokhale, the former editor of IPQ Journal, as well as retired professor of the Department of Philosophy, SPPU.
It is my honor and privilege to introduce to you an eminent philosopher, a dedicated academician, and a prolific scholar whose contribution has significantly enriched the study of Indian and Western philosophy. Our esteemed guest today has devoted his career to exploring and advancing knowledge in Indian philosophy, formal logic, Western and analytic philosophy, Indian moral philosophy, and philosophical contribution of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. His extensive writing span across Buddhism, Charvak, Jain, Yoga, reflecting his deep engagement with diverse philosophical traditions. In recognition of his outstanding research, he has awarded the prestigious Gurudev Ranade Best Thesis Award in 1980. His commitment to education is evident in his role in visiting the philosophy and logic syllabus at undergraduate and postgraduate levels at Pune University. A visionary in the field of digital education, he played a key role in EPG Pathshala program of UGC, coordinating major projects in Indian logic and Indian metaphysics, contributing to the development of high-quality academic modules that continue to benefit learners nationwide. He is also the member of Maharashtra Tattva Gyan Parishad, and he is in the executive committee. May I now request our Pro VC, Parag Kalkar sir, to kindly come forward and felicitate Professor Pradeep Gokhale with a token of appreciation. Please give him a big round of applause.
To extend the felicitation, ladies and gentlemen, it's our privilege to honor someone whose work in print media has played a vital role in shaping public discourse and keeping us informed, especially in relation with IPQ Journal. Today, we are delighted to felicitate Dr. Dattatreya Kute, the esteemed press manager of Savitribai Phule Pune University, whose dedication to print media excellence has been truly commendable. Their tireless efforts in ensuring accurate and timely reporting have been invaluable. We deeply appreciate their role in shaping our journal in physical form. As a token of our appreciation, we would now like to request Professor Kalkar sir, the Pro Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, to felicitate Dr. Kute. Thank you, sir. To extend this, we would like to take this moment to recognize the invaluable contribution of our talented DTP operator, Mr. Nandakishore Khurjekar. Through their expert design skill and talented proficiency, they have played a crucial role in creating visual appearance and effective print materials for our IPQ journal. Since last 1.5 decades, he is associated with our IPQ journal. In addition to our university, he has worked with D.Y. Patil University, Mahatma Phule Agriculture College, Deccan College, Bori, Director of Higher Education, etc. His firm has expertise in Sanskrit, German, Punjabi, along with regular languages. He has approx 35 titles in market. His hard work and dedication to perfection have helped bring out our vision to IPQ. We would like to request Professor Pro Vice Chancellor to our university to felicitate Mr. Khurjekar with shawl and a memento. Let us all take a moment to applause and felicitate Mr. Khurjekar for their remarkable contribution of IPQ.
As we embark on this momentous occasion, it is only fitting that now we felicitate our Pro VC, Dr. Parag Kalkar sir. So I request our HOD, Harish Naule sir, to please felicitate him. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. To commemorate this incredible journey, we are honored to unveil the Golden Jubilee edition of IPQ, a special edition that not only marks a milestone but also reflects the rich legacy and future vision of this esteemed journal. May I now request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward and for the official release of the historic edition, the Golden Jubilee edition of IPQ. We extend a heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed to IPQ over the years, ensuring that its impact continues to inspire philosophical thoughts for years to come. Thank you so much, Parag Kalkar sir, for joining us. As sir is getting late, so he will leave us. We will continue our program with the formal proceedings. As we celebrate the Golden Jubilee of IPQ, it is important to reflect on the journal's legacy, not just as a publication, but as a vibrant intellectual space that fosters dialogue, debate, and deep philosophical inquiry. To take this vision forward, we now introduce our special initiative, the Convivium of the Indian Philosophical Quarterly. To elaborate on the legacy of IPQ and the vision behind the Convivium, I now invite an esteemed scholar and philosopher, Professor Sharat Deshpande, to address the gathering. Please join me in welcoming Professor Deshpande with a warm round of applause.
Now, as a part of formality, I should first say a few things about our friend who happens to be the Vice Chancellor of Presidency University, and Professor Nirmalya Chakravarti, who of course needs no introduction to many who have assembled here. He is one person, though he is occupying that post. He is so simple, so he said today in the morning that please do not, enter into any formality to felicitate me and so on. So Nirmalya, we treat you not as Vice Chancellor, but as one amongst us, as you have always been. So many things have been said about IPQ. As Professor Navle has said, I was associated with IPQ right from its birth, and this first issue which is put there, that first issue was printed in a press called Sangam Press in Pune, which was owned by a very eminent person and brother of the freedom fighter Achyut Patwardhan. His younger brother, Janubhau Patwardhan, he owned that press, and that press used to be quite far away from our university in those days. So going there itself was a great journey, could take a lot of time. But anyway, we have enjoyed all the efforts and the going, coming, and so on. So when the first issue came from the press, the whole department was so happy, as if a baby is born in the family. So we really celebrated that moment of the reception of the first issue of the first volume of IPQ in our department. That is my memory as far as the first issue is concerned. First issue of the first volume concerned. Slowly then IPQ started taking shape, and the person to be credited fully is only his father, that is Professor Surendra Barlinge. Now Barlinge was a very extraordinary person in many respects. He was basically a freedom fighter and an educationist. He had established so many colleges in the Marathwada region of Maharashtra and also in Andhra, many parts of Andhra. And he was a very close friend. In fact, in those days, pre-Independence Day, as we have a freedom movement in rest of the country, there was another freedom movement in this state of Hyderabad, which was the state of the Nizams. And as we have Vallabhbhai Patel, as far as the rest of the country, this state of Hyderabad had Swami Ramananda Tirtha. He was the leader, and as equal to the status of Vallabhbhai Patel, he led that freedom movement in the Andhra Pradesh to get that whole state freed from Nizam's rule. Now, these three persons were actively involved in that freedom movement. One was P.V. Narasimha Rao, who became the Prime Minister. Other was S.B. Chauhan, Shankarrao Chauhan, who became the Home Minister later on. And the third one was Surendra Barlinge. Now, being a freedom fighter, he had to, those people had to organize so many things. So Barlinge had that great ability to organize many things at a time. So reviving IPQ and organizing so many things around that was not very difficult task for him. But for us, that is who we were young lecturers at that time, for us, we always used to wonder that why Barlinge is doing all these kinds of things. But later on we realized the importance of so many things. One of the things that made this journal absolutely unique as compared to other journals is the solid economic foundation on which this journal runs. He had a great idea of making institutional members and also individual members, and a huge corpus was created out of it, out of the interest of that corpus. So IPQ never had any financial difficulty. It was never in financial, it never faced any financial crunch. That was one thing. And second thing is, the organization of IPQ, actually, it became a model in our university physics department. They wanted to bring out a journal, physics journal. So they approached us, particularly me, Professor Nigwekar. He was the professor of physics in those days. He approached me, and then he took the whole idea of running a journal, and then they started. Now I'm very, I should congratulate Harish Navle for a very thoughtful move of felicitating the press persons, because the timely publication of a journal depends mainly on the press, and we all know if the press is not cooperative, then you can do nothing about it. So it's so Harish, it was really a thoughtful move, and that's one thing. In fact, we faced a lot of difficulties in getting IPQ journal printed from university press, because they always thought this is additional burden, and university press is not supposed to print journal of the department. So we had to quarrel, fight, and so, all those things were there. But despite all these things, I am so very happy today to see the celebration of this Golden Jubilee IPQ. No journal, I think, can survive. Very few journals survive such long period of time, especially in university setup. If it is a ordinary, if it is a private setup, it can continue, like Vedanta Kesari or Prabuddha Bharat. These are journals, they were published much before the first issue of that journal. But they are run by the Ramakrishna Mission order. But this journal works in the setup of the university, and it is burdened with so many rules and this and that. So it's really an achievement, in a sense, that this journal has survived so long. And I hope it will survive another 50 years or so. Now, so many other things can be said, and as and when I remember, I will. But I think on this occasion, or rather this is an occasion to reflect over the thing called journal as such. Not only IPQ, but any research journal that is published especially in the university setup. Now my question would be that have we really, or has Indian academia really integrated the culture of publication of one's own research? As we know historically, the very idea of a research journal, the very idea of publishing one's own research, the very idea of getting, peer review comments and etc., this is not an Indian idea. Our idea was writing commentaries. So this very famous Indian commentarial tradition, if we know about that, we know how a particular text used to be commented upon, and again commentary on commentary, it worked in that way. That has vanished, and with the establishment of the university system in India, this culture of research has come. But I think, or as a notice, it is not really, it has not really seeped into us, because we write research for other considerations. For example, especially during last 10 to 15 years, getting articles published has become a sort of a compulsion for the sake of promotion or for the sake of appointment and so on and so forth. So I feel that under such compulsive conditions, one can never write a research piece of research which is free from such things, which is free from artificiality. And so therefore research for, using that Kantian terminology, good for something else and in itself. So that good in itself kind of research, at least I do not find, or I find very little in many journals which I keep on reading today. So on this occasion, I have got 5 questions to be asked. I have 5 questions to be asked to the present organizers of IPQ. The first question is that, or rather we should critically look at, one, the massive body of philosophical literature published in IPQ from 1973 onwards. There has to be some audit of the quality of this entire, we take pride. I mean, those who are associated with IPQ in the past or in the present, we take pride and we say, well, this much, some 25,000 pages literature, philosophical literature was produced by IPQ or was published in IPQ. But the time has come to take a stock of things and to look at that entire corpus critically and really find out that how much of that really stands the test of time. I mean, how much of that is a real hardcore philosophy. That's one, this question. And someone has to undertake this. The second is the shifting interests of philosophers as evident in the writings in IPQ. See, I have compiled author and subject index of Indian Philosophical Quarterly from 1973 to 1993. And that was published on the occasion of the Golden Jubilee of Pune University. Now, when I prepared that, I compared that index with another index, which was prepared by Dayakrishna and his colleague R.S. Bhatnagar. And that author-subject index was it was of the Philosophical Quarterly, which used to be published from Amarner Institute. And that is the, that you might say that is the precursor, or that was the ancestor of Indian Philosophical Quarterly. After some time, I will just show you some 5 or 6 PPTs. So that is the things. Now in that I have observed in fact I read all those indexes very carefully, and I have found out that that between 1920 or say 1925 to 1966, what were the issues philosophers had when they wrote their articles in Philosophical Quarterly, and whether there was shift, their interests were changed, they brought something new. They started talking about issues in philosophy of science, though at that time it was in a very nascent state. Then they started talking about Wittgenstein as against the standard philosophical engagement of those philosophers like K.C. Bhattacharya and his contemporaries. So those, one can see, if one can read the back volumes of any journal, one gets a good idea of how philosophical thinking has taken place and how the interests of the philosophers have changed over the time. Now today, many of us would not write the kind of stuff which K.C. Bhattacharya generation wrote. We are not, we have moved far away from that. But similarly, after another 50 years, there will be something entirely different thing. So, so that thing I have done. Then the third question I would like to ask at this moment, the role of IPQ. We talk about IPQ so much, but what role it played in the development of not development, that's a very wrong word. Philosophy does not depend, the development of philosophy doesn't depend on any journal. But what was its real contribution? That also one has to critically look at. Then the visual impression or the aesthetic quality of IPQ, because that also is a very important thing, because sometimes the printing is very bad, sometimes the cover is so bad. So one doesn't feel like lifting up the issue and read it. So this aesthetic quality of journal, that also in my opinion is a parameter to really assess the journal. And the failures of Indian Philosophical Quarterly. We talk about achievements of Indian Philosophical Quarterly, or we talk about achievements of any journal for that matter, but what are the failure? And in order to judge the achievements or failure, what is the framework against which we would, we could assess the journal in this way? This is I think these are the questions that we should really ask now. And although now I am not formally associated with this journal, but I would invite all of you to really address to these issues and speak about, because many of us have read or at least have seen this journal. And so, some of us have their research published in IPQ. For instance, Sunil has contributed a very thoughtful article in the special issue on Kant. Then Nirmalya has written an article like Dialogue with God. That is the piece which he has written. So like that, many of us have contributed to IPQ. So it's our duty, duty may be a strong word, but it's desirable that we look at IPQ, we take into account all these things on this occasion. Just, though this is a moment of celebration, and celebration is always it spreads the happy feelings all around. But still, side by side, we should also have this kind of thing. Now, as I've said, this journal is it's a grandchild, you might say, of that institute called Indian Institute of Philosophy at Amalner. And they had published this issue, which is तिथे कोण बसले त्याच्यापाशी दाखवणार कोण आहे त्या पीपीटी कुठे गेला तो पवन वेळेत कोणी नाही तो who is there? So So this is the first cover page of the journal published in 1918. तो हा कुठे गेला तो बघत होता तो. This is the 1918 publication of Indian Institute of Philosophy at Amalner. Now this was named, as you can see, Journal of the Indian Institute of Philosophy at Amalner. Now this was more or less, अरे ती दुसरी कोणी एक कोणीतरी बसा बरं नीट कोणी तिथे. तुला एक काम सांगितलं तिथे काम कर ना तू. Now this was more or less a in-house journal, and its editorial for the first of this issue, पुढची दाखव. Can you enlarge it? now I cannot read anything. कसं रे तुमची अवस्था आहे? एक धडकून माणूस नाही तिथे. I can't read, but I cannot read this because of my eyesight, but this colored portion, it says that why that institute required a journal, because they thought that the institute was in such a secluded place and the outside world should know what they are doing. So therefore, in order to make their presence felt, the journal was published. That is the kind of thing that is said in that first editorial. Then this continued, this in-house journal continued for 5 years. And this, we might say, is the first professional philosophical journal in India, produced by the institute, by a formal institute, because before 1918, this journal called Prabuddha Bharat, it was published way back in 1896, and the Vedanta Kesari, which was published at the behest of Swami Vivekananda in 1914. So these journals were already in existence in public space, but because they are in the public space, and though these two journals, Prabuddha Bharat and Vedanta Kesari, they were basically meant for the propagation of Vedantic philosophy. Now this journal claims that it is not exclusively for Vedantic philosophy, but for philosophy as such. So in this way, in this sense, this was, one may say, the beginning of an institutional journal devoted to philosophy. But still, till 1918, this was a house journal. So in 1918, पुढची comment, हे पुढची दाखव मला, पुढची हे. So in 1925, that institute decided to bring out a journal, proper philosophical journal called Philosophical Quarterly. Now you'll find that there is a journal of the same name being published from, I forget the name of, from Scotland, yeah. The same, with the same name, Philosophical Quarterly. And I wonder why there wasn't any problem in those days faced by either this institute or by the Scotland Journal. Probably they never came to know each other. That's why the same name was used by. But nowadays we cannot have. And this was our problem when the name for when this Philosophical Quarterly was revived. The question of naming it arose, and then we thought that we can continue with the same name, Philosophical Quarterly. But then the press registrar's office said that already this journal is in existence, so you have to change the name. So that word Indian was added, and therefore Indian Philosophical Quarterly came into existence. That's the story. Now, this journal continued till 1966, and the last issue of that journal was published in July 1966. पुढची कॉमेंट पुढची दाखव मला, नाही त्याच्या पुढची. Now, but this again is not so visible properly, but this was the last issue of Philosophical Quarterly in July 1966. Now, about all these I have written in my book about the history of this Philosophy Institute at Amalner. And at that time, I discovered that the very first issue of this Philosophical Quarterly, which was published in 1918, the name of the editor is is so unfamiliar, and nowhere I have found any of his reference. And he was one Mr. Tolani, M.N. Tolani. So who that fellow person is, I never knew. And I searched about his presence elsewhere, but I couldn't. But after that, at some point of time, G.R. Malkani became the editor, and he remained the editor of this journal till the end of, till July 1966. That's the history. When I was discussing all these issues with Daya Krishna, he asked me one question, and to that I had no answer. He said, the first director of this institute, Indian Institute of Amarner, was K.C. Bhattacharya. But there are no records at what point of time KCB was in Amarner as its first director. After that, G.R. Malkani became the director, and till the end of his, in the institute, till 1966, he remained the director of that institute. Incidentally, when I was in Amarner in the year 1976, for a period of 1 year in this institute, I met a person, a very old man called Chandrodaya, Mr. Chandrodaya Bhattacharya, and he used to teach in the municipal school in Amarner, and he used to teach Marathi. So I was so surprised that in those days, I mean, so many unimaginable things had happened. And then this Chandrodaya Babu, he then shifted to Kolkata, and he started some journal there, I believe. So, but he spoke quite fluent Marathi, and many of these people used to stay in Amarner. And I am wondering what type of life they have lived at the campus, because it's a very small campus, some 18 or 20 rooms are there. So assuming the full occupancy, how these 20 people would have spent their day? Of course, there is a good library and all those things are there, but still, what kind of philosophy they would have discussed, that's a very interesting thing, but for that there is no access now. Nobody is alive now. Now, this July 66 issue does not mention the closure, because slightly after July 66, that institute was closed down because the donor who established, he died, and his sons did not have any interest, because that institute was not a paying proposition, so that was closed down, etc. So the IPQ, Indian Philosophical Quarterly, first issue begins with October 73. So to see the continuity from July to October. So the first issue of IPQ was published in October 1973. So I asked this question to Harish, do you know why October 73? Why not September 73 or January 73? So the reason is this, to maintain the continuity, and then this was. So this is a very brief history of this journal. And as I said, even last night I was going through these back issues of all these 34 years journals. I find some extraordinary contributions of some of our best minds in India from 73 till, let us say, 1980, 1985. You find really remarkable, articles, quite engaging articles, various themes, various interests. You find that. So if someone takes the research project, a small research project on the on this article, just to, because I believe that what type of philosophical thinking, what type of philosophical issues philosophers were engaged with during a particular period, time frame, the journals are the best resources for that, apart from books. So these kinds of things can be done. Now, I think nothing more should be said from because my colleague, Professor Gokhale, is going to speak. I will only mention two things. In one of the issues, there is one article by one Mr. Richards. And I think this is a very interesting story. I must share this. So, and that article is called it's on truth possibilities, truth functions and truth possibilities. So this, and the name of the author is Richards, only Richards. So I was wondering who is this Richards, because there is no affiliation was printed. We couldn't print. Now, then, when I went to England, a friend of mine in Pune, she said that since you are going to England, you can meet my sister. Her sister, she and her husband, they are in the medical profession there. So I took the address and went there. I thought that I'll get some Marathi food in their house. So I went there, but the evening I went there, in the morning, I read a newspaper. I think it was a Sunday. And in the supplement, there was a big full-page article, and in the center, there was a photograph of Wittgenstein and a person standing side by side. And that article was written on the book by Bartley. There is a book by Bartley on Wittgenstein, and it is alleged that Wittgenstein had the homosexual relation with one person, and that person's photograph was that. So it was quite, tantalizing. And in the evening, when I went to that house, I find that person in the photograph in front of me. He was Dr. Richards. So I said, it was a shock of my life. Then of course, I asked him. Then he said, no, it's all bullshit, it's nothing like that. And then he had a long conversation with me. Now this Mr. Richards, later on he came to Pune. All of a sudden he came to the department and met me. Then I said, how come you are here? Then he said, my wife's relations are in Pune, and that relation of his wife was my friend. So it was a circle was like that. So, but this Richards incident is, and that article is very good, incidentally. So I thought I should share this thing. Now I am also asked to speak something on the idea of convivium or convivium. Now, there seems to be a lot of confusion about that. Some people have understood, some have not, so let me clarify. But I must also admit that to hold convivium in university setup is not possible. If you try to do that, then again, last night I said this to my wife. She said, oh, you don't say this. So I said, love marriage was intended, but what turned out to be was arranged marriage. So it was, say, in the university system, what is convivium? Convivium is, if you see the meaning, it's the assembly of people at banquet in the evening. People are in a very relaxed mood. Their spirits are little bit heightened, and then they are discussing, anything under the sun, and out of that discussion, some important thing emerges. So that was the idea of convivium. And I have attended one convivium. My friend, or our friends, Sunil, myself, Michael Maggie from Liverpool University, he had organized a convivium in Liverpool, for which I was present, and in fact, it was for 6 days or so in a very secluded place, and day and night we will discuss anything under the sun. So Ramchandra Gandhi will come and start talking about Advaita between a cow and a painting or something like that. That his interpretation of Tayyab's paintings. There he finds that in the afternoon, in summer afternoon in Shantiniketan, he discovered Advaita in that. So he started saying that. Dayakrishna will say something like that. And then I was wondering, is it really worth that kind of activity? And after some time I realized, yes, it is worth, because some fresh ideas, something new comes not in a very formal structure. So that's what I thought, that for seminar, our seminar culture has, I should say now, not the present one, but see, the seminar culture as such is, it has lost its gravity. Seminars have become more or less rituals kind of thing. People come, they write some paper in a hurry, come, present, and they are told that, well, you have to write a paper on this theme. So some theme is determined prior, whether one is because of medicine, my throat goes dry every 2-3 minutes. So, so whether or not one is really an expert in a field, one then just collects something from different sources, write a paper, present it. Now, this thing, we must collectively think how to improve on this situation or this kind of situation, and occasionally at least, we should meet in this convivium mode and discuss something new, discuss something fresh, or discuss one's own ideas which has undergone certain changes, and so on and so forth. So without any predetermination, if philosophers come, they discuss, they come to know what is being said by another person, that might help us in some way. So at least I am not a rich person to organize a convivium and bear the whole expenses, but still something can be done, and maybe we can find out some entrepreneur or some like Infosys people and get some funds just for that. But then people say that already they look at philosophy as a useless subject. So why spend money on more useless activity than this? That also might be the case. But anyway, this was my idea of, and I'm happy I have gone through all the, Harish has shared all these abstracts, and I'm greatly looking forward for interaction with each. Let us have a common interaction all the time, maybe after dinner, during lunchtime, and so on. I'm greatly looking forward Sanil's presentation after this one. These two are going to be, one is talking philosophy as dialogue, and another is talking as philosophy as amateurs pursuit. So both are very exciting, and we are all looking forward to that. Thank you very much. See. Just a second. Sorry. I must congratulate and rather, put this thing on for Harish. He has really done a very good thing. And so thoughtful that to bring this issue on this very day, and for I know how much difficult things these are, running to the praise, getting things done in time, this, that, so on. So he and his team has done really a wonderful thing, and I am sure. But now you must look into the quality of the articles, quality of, as I said, printing, and you try to make it as comparable to, say, journal, the Simla Institute journal or ICPR journal. I don't know how much its quality is now or what they do, but since the Springer brings out that, some minimum things would be there. So our journal should be comparable to that. People shouldn't say, oh, its quality is not good like that. So that is upon you. So you and your team should do that. And all the best wishes from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As we celebrate the Golden Jubilee of Indian Philosophical Quarterly, it is essential to reflect on its remarkable journey, on that has shaped philosophical thoughts and nurtured intellectual discourse for 5 decades. To take us through the legacy, impact, and vision of IPQ, we are honored to have with us Professor Pradeep Gokhale, a distinguished philosopher and scholar whose deep engagement with Indian and Western philosophy has made significant contribution to the academic world. Professor Gokhale's insights will provide us with a deeper understanding of how IPQ has evolved as a platform for rigorous philosophical inquiry and its continued relevance to today's intellectual landscape. With great respect and anticipation, I now invite Professor Pradeep Gokhale sir to take the stage and share his thoughts. Let's welcome him with a warm round of applause. Professor Gokhale sir. Sir, here. Please come here.
Friends, I have a peculiar relation with Indian Philosophical Quarterly. I started my career related to the journal activity as editorial assistant. It is when I completed my PhD in 1980. There was a question, personal question before me, how I should do career as a philosopher. I had thought that I want to be a philosopher. And then there was a possibility that there was a lecturer's post vacant at that time. And Professor Barlinge suggested that I should apply for that. But I had some funny ideas about doing philosophy. I thought that by becoming a lecturer in philosophy, one doesn't become a philosopher. One has just to repeat what other people have said. So I should do some other job and do philosophy independently. So at that time, editorial assistant's post was vacant in the department, and I accepted that post and worked there for a few months. So I got acquainted with the journal activity of the department, and it was too much a kind of a clerical, official type of work, and it took a lot of time. So I thought that, no, in this way I cannot do philosophy. So by that time, another post of lecturer was also vacant. It was announced. So I applied for that and I became a lecturer. So I was not directly associated with Indian philosophy in editorial capacity for a long time. At some stage I was made book review editor, and at a very late stage when I had come from Varanasi after 6 years professorship there to Pune. At that time Dr. Ravindra Mule, because probably there was no professors in the philosophy department, university had appointed Professor Ravindra Mule from Sanskrit Advanced Studies Center as the head of the Department of Philosophy as additional charge. But he had a very positive approach to philosophy department activities, and he took all the colleagues in confidence, and he thought that the activity of journals should not be hampered, it should not stop, it should continue, it should progress. So with that idea, he asked me to become the chief editor of all the 3 journals. This was something very odd for me, because it included Hindi Paramarsh also, with which I was not related earlier. And So it was a kind of apad dharma for me. And apad dharma, not in the usual sense of the term. Department was having apat, and I was regarding, helping the department as my dharma. So this kind of apad dharma. And so I was associated with all the three journals for about 3 years, actually 2.5 years. Now, what was the situation at the time of inception of Indian Philosophical Quarterly? There was a vacuum of such platforms, such a forum, where researches in Indian philosophy can be presented and they can be discussed. So Barlinge's vision was mainly to start such a forum. With that particular view, he established the journal when there was no such a journal running at that time in India. And then his approach was in a way more or less informal. That is, he wanted, certainly he was very sensitive about the quality of articles, but he used to say that it is not expected that every article in every issue should be qualitatively very good, but in every issue there should be at least one article which is very good. So this process of selecting articles was not done in a mechanical way, but in an informal way out of some kind of intuition. And he used to himself see the articles and make selections. Sometimes he used to send some articles to other colleagues and sometimes even to outside experts and take their opinion. But that was also done in a very informal way. Just the one who is a referee, he used to just paste a chit saying maybe accepted, maybe rejected, maybe revised or whatever. So whereas now we realize, this process has become so much complicated and so much difficult. On the one hand, it is expected that there should be doubly blind reviewing. So the reviewer should not know who has written the article and the author should not know who has reviewed my article. And then also this problem of plagiarism is there. So every article has to be tested whether any such plagiarism is involved, is a part of it or not. So all these things have become very much complicated, and in a new environment, we have to run the journals. It is not a vacuum now. There are some journals and we have to, so to say, compete with them and have that kind of standard by following those rules and so on and so forth. And one problem which, department has been facing, like maybe many other departments in the university, that when people retire, the posts are not filled up, and so at one stage there were 30 members of the department, 13 members of the department, and now I think there are only 5 or 6, whatever. So 4 only. Oh, so how can they run 3 journals in an efficient way? This is a real practical problem. Editorial assistant is there, Sunil Raut, he is very efficient, but editors should be there and they should be very active, they should be, that should be their priority. Whereas it is very difficult to have journal activity as a priority because mostly they have they have their own career, they have to write articles for themselves and also teaching and administration and all these things they have to run. So I of course wish that, Harish Nowle, he has taken up and he is doing it and with the help of all his colleagues. I have just a small suggestion because I thought that probably some university official will be there in the chairs, but at present there is no one. That when you advertise a post, one of the considerations should be whether the incoming faculty knows editorial activity or not. This should be one of the, necessary conditions or at least additional qualification that any new faculty member should have, so that, you can say assign such responsibility of running journals to this incoming faculty. I have, more as a witness, I have experienced, good editors of IPQ, Professor Marathe, Professor Bokil, they were there for a long time, and their consideration was mainly the regularity of the journal, bringing out the journal in a timely way. Professor Deshpande has a different type of contribution to all this activity. First thing is that he was very particular about the quality of the journal. With reference to even the size of the issue, he had some ideas that it should not be just 1/8 demi size, but different size should be there. And we should also take into account not only the journal activity, but also IPQ publications. So side by side, Indian Philosophical Quarterly has brought out many books. And Professor Deshpande was coordinator of DSA program, Departmental Special Assistance program. Under that, he conducted some seminars, and the anthologies based on those seminars were also published. And while publishing them, also, he was very particular about the quality of the production. I have just brought two anthologies in which I was also involved. One is Studies in Indian Moral Philosophy, and it is edited by Professor Bhelke and myself. So this cover of the book, the cover design was by Professor Deshpande. So he said that, this should be the design. It is a very beautiful and different type of design. And secondly, another anthology is on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and there also he was very keen in bringing out the book as a qualitatively rich book. So the kind of paper which is to be used, it is not a normal type of paper, but different type of paper. So this is something, and today also he insisted that this novel and others, they should be very particular about the quality of the journal. I fully agree with Professor Deshpande on this, and he has also raised some questions on which. Yes, please.
Sorry for interruption. When we published Ramu Gandhi's book, I Am Thou, at that time he was in Pune. He was attached to our department in some capacity, and he had a draft ready. So he asked Professor Barlinge that I want to, will you publish this? So Barlinge said, you asked Sharad Deshpande. So I said, okay, we will publish, because it was Ramchandra Gandhi's book. Naturally, there has to be something in it. So we started, the work began, and then the press where this book was getting printed, Ramchandra Gandhi had a habit of correcting the proof. Now, after correcting the proof, the press will send the proof, then he will make 3 times more corrections into that corrected proof. So ultimately the press manager went mad, and he told me, sir, we will not print this book. You please, put some check on this man. So I said, don't say this man. You don't know who this man is. He is so and so. So then that press, he agreed. Somehow and then my quarrel was, Ramchandra Gandhi, all of you know, he has very clear ideas. And he was a great devotee of Ramana Maharshi. So he wanted to put Ramana Maharshi's photo on the cover. I said, okay. Then he went to Shantiniketan and he got the cover made. So when that cover came, I said, no, this doesn't look good, so we have to another cover. So then another cover was prepared. And then he insisted to have a particular photograph of Ramana Maharshi, where more than 3/4 of his body is without clothes. And all this Gerua color, saffron color. I said, I disapprove this cover. We had a very big fight on that. Then I said, okay, ours is Indian Philosophical Quarterly and not a Hindu Philosophical Quarterly. So this difference you must. So I prevailed. So he was then later on he stopped talking to me for some time. But he was also and then after 2 years or so, all of a sudden he came to Amarner when me and my wife was there. One morning he just stood in front of us. So I said, how come you are here? No, I just thought I should meet you. So then he stayed 2 days with us and then went. So this is Ramchandra Gandhi. My insistence.
So thank you. So I don't have anything more to say. I wish all the best to the department for continuing this activity of Indian Philosophical Quarterly and with more regularity and more efficiency. So from my side, unfortunately, I could not do much, and because of this age factor and all that, I cannot do much also, but I only can give best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You have always been a support to our department. Whenever it comes to any event, you're always there. We are really grateful for that, and your contribution to the department is invaluable. Now, moving forward, at the heart of philosophy lies dialogue, a continuous exchange of ideas, perspective, and reasoning that shapes human thought and understanding. Philosophy is not merely about abstract theorizing. It is a conversation that transcends time, culture, and tradition. To delve deeper into this profound theme, we are honored to have with us today Professor Nirmali Chakrabarty, an esteemed scholar and academic leader whose vast contribution to philosophical discourse has enriched both national and international platforms. Professor Chakrabarty will now share his insights on philosophy as dialogue, exploring the role of conversation in shaping philosophical thoughts and its relevance in contemporary times. So I request you all to please give him a big round of applause, and I request sir to please take the dais.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's indeed a very, very special occasion, insofar as the history of philosophical activities in India is concerned. We are really happy that we have been able to gather here to commemorate the 50 years of Indian Philosophical Quarterly. It is perhaps the oldest professional philosophy journal in India, as far as my knowledge goes. And as Professor Deshpande was telling, that it has indeed attracted attention of the major philosophers of India and also from abroad. I have seen Strawson's article in this journal. Also copy, okay. So, and it's indeed, a horrendous task to continue publishing a professional philosophy journal in the university setup in India. So all of us, are aware of the problems and the predicaments that organizers of this editors and members who are associated with this professional journal have to face. I remember that IPQ used to have a separate section, especially for publication of young research scholars. That was students. Yes, that was indeed a remarkable aspect of IPQ. And I was, a few years back, I got to know that under Professor Deshpande's leadership, all the old issues of IPQ have been digitized. And that's something, and it's open. So that is something really is very significant work, which actually, in a way, prompted me also to undertake, having a digital library of the old Nyaya texts produced in and around Calcutta. So it's indeed a very, very happy occasion for all of us. At the same time, the questions that Professor Deshpande raised are also, I think, worth taking seriously. About this idea of convivium, which Professor Deshpande has used. As far as my understanding goes, I mean, he thought that he would invite a group of people who can share their ideas and their works on what they are, engaged in right now, instead of, having some focal theme, which usually we do when we organize seminars. At this stage of my career, one question keeps on haunting me. And the question is, what do we do in philosophy? I think all of us who started studying philosophy remember that in undergraduate days, there was a set question: what is philosophy, right? Apparently this sounds very, very naive, very innocent question. But as I, start thinking over this question, it really opens up, a lot of ideas and thoughts, and one certainly could look at the history of philosophy, both in Western tradition and in Indian tradition. And one could really, make a list, so to say, of different models of philosophy that are available. I have made a tentative list. This is just tentative. I'm sure that one could, improve on this. I shall be speaking on philosophy as dialogue, with special focus on the Socratic, Elenctic method that we found in Plato's dialogues. But there are many other, models of philosophy that one could think of. Philosophy as, as an attempt to acquire the knowledge of reality, whatever reality means. There are people who talk about philosophy as a kind of science of interpretation and hermeneutic, aspect to philosophy. There are people who talk about philosophy as an analysis of the logical syntax of the statements used in physical sciences. There are people who talk about philosophy, as giving us a hope to establish a liberal, democratic, social setup. And there are also people who can, talk of philosophy as basically a science of arguments. Okay, so there are various models of philosophy. I'm sure that one could think of many more. Today I shall, very briefly, because we don't have enough time to discuss in great detail. Today, perhaps, one way of looking at philosophy, and this has got some wider social implications as well. Perhaps we can look back the way Socrates used to converse with his interlocutors, as we find in Plato's dialogues. The question with which we can start is, when we start philosophizing, are we simply confined
to applying a certain method to a specific area of discourse? Or are we aiming at acquiring a certain knowledge or value? It is perhaps unavoidable that our initial beliefs and practices would color the nature of our philosophical enterprise to begin with. But then, is philosophy a methodology only? Or is it concerned with getting at some substantive truth? Do we simply clarify, criticize the beliefs that we start with? Or do we, as philosophers, expect to apprehend some truths that were not known to us before, or not even implicit in our initial beliefs? Surely removing inconsistency is an important job. Many of our everyday beliefs are in mess, and it would certainly be a laudable work if one can show the inconsistency in the set of beliefs that I claim to entertain. But if philosophy exhausts itself in removing inconsistency, then given the fact that it is almost certain that some of our beliefs are false and we don't know which are, making our beliefs consistent does not ensure increase in our knowledge. For it would only set the inconsistent beliefs outside the system and would not offer any hope of correcting the false beliefs. On the other hand, if we aim at getting at truth, on paying least attention to the removal of inconsistency, the only yardstick that we can use is our own beliefs, and then the whole project of gaining truth would lapse into a personal, subjective history. Let me analyze the structure and significance of the elenctic method in philosophical discourse in general. Put simply, elenchus is a method showing that a set of propositions is inconsistent. Socrates, while applying this method, tries to show that the set of propositions that the interlocutor holds is inconsistent. Usually, after the first answer that the interlocutor gives, Socrates elicits some more comments from the interlocutor and then shows that the latter answers are inconsistent with the initial answer that the interlocutor gave. Thus, Socrates proves that initial answer that the interlocutor gave is wrong. Notice that even if we agree that consistency is a virtue, all that Elenchus succeeds in showing is that the interlocutor cannot rationally believe in all the propositions in the consistent set. This is the reason why Socrates wants his interlocutor to be committed to the propositions that the latter asserts. The interlocutor is not expected to play games with words. If this is true, then all that Elenchus does is to show that at least one of the beliefs that the interlocutor holds is false. But then it is in principle possible for the interlocutor to change any of the latter beliefs so that the original belief could be rescued. The Elenchus only shows that one or more beliefs in the set is false, but does not show which one is false. Looked at this way, Elenchus starts working only on the assumption that the initial belief is false. If we add to this the commitment part on the interlocutor's behalf, then that Elenchus leads to truth requires the presumption that, especially in moral matters, all of us are in possession of certain true beliefs, and we cannot forsake these beliefs, for these beliefs clash with the initial belief. A kind of moral egalitarianism follows where we all do have moral truths in us, and removal of inconsistency throws the odd one out, and what remains is the truth. One is reminded of the role of midwife that Socrates vowed to take up. One could look at Plato's doctrine of transmigration of soul and recollection in his dialogue Meno, implying that we are in possession of truths, just that because of certain accidental causes, we have lost our memory. So the question with which we started resurfaces again. When we start philosophizing, we begin with some ideas, beliefs, and values. Is philosophy expected to transcend these and arrive at something new? If not, then philosophy should be content with consistency and truth remains beyond its reach. If Elenchus aims at removing inconsistency, then it works on the assumption that we do possess the moral truths, and what is needed is brushing aside the weeds that would make us aware of the knowledge that we have. And if Elenchus is the philosophical method, then philosophy does not seem to be aiming at truth. If the most important question for Socrates is the nature of good life, then in another dialogue, Philebus, it is the Elenctic method that leads us to the unraveling of the knowledge of good life that we already have. In this dialogue, Philebus explains what good life he thinks to be like. Then Socrates makes further queries to him, and Philebus replies. These replies are then shown by Socrates to be inconsistent with the original answer given by Philebus. So at the end, both Socrates and Philebus agree that the negation of the original answer is the correct one. Of course, there are two more assumptions that fall outside the realm of Elenchus. One, everyone having the capacity to know prefers good. Two, no one after reflection would choose either life of pure pleasure or the life of pure intellect. Maybe one could construct a different Elenctic method to prove these two assumptions. What all these show is that, and this is important, I think, no preset ideal or divine revelation helps us in arriving at the right conclusions. Ideas and ideals are in making. And a philosopher is constantly engaged in this construction. It is a making not of a personal whim or imagination, it is making of engaging with ideas and engaging with ideas of other people. Thus, communitarian social engagement is what makes Socrates a philosopher. Socrates goes as far as in claiming that nature does not teach him anything. I quote, "Trees and open country won't teach me anything, whereas men in the town do," declares Socrates in Phaedrus. Once following Elenchus, if we can remove the belief that is not consistent with the set of beliefs that we already hold, then we can be made aware of the true beliefs that are there in us, and a large number of individual beliefs in this set of consistent beliefs are more likely to be true. If we look at the dialogues that describe the last days of Socrates, we see how determined Socrates is to talk to his fellow people, question them, examine their views on different matters. When Socrates talks of the possibility of being acquitted on the condition that he would stop philosophizing, he was given this condition, if you stop philosophizing, we will, acquit you. Socrates unambiguously declares, and I quote, "I shall never stop practicing philosophy and exhorting you and elucidating the truth for everyone that I meet." In a deeply touching manner, Socrates requests his jury to argue with his sons after his death if they, sons of Socrates, put money or something else before goodness, and to take revenge on Socrates, because by that time Socrates will be dead, and to take revenge on Socrates by plaguing them, his sons, as Socrates has plagued the Athenians. And only this way Socrates thinks that he, along with his sons, can have justice at the hands of the jury. But what makes Socrates do this with such passion and commitment? There are two elements worth noting in this Socratic enterprise. One, the initiator is convinced that this dialogic enterprise will lead her to truth. And two, the other, the interlocutor, is an important ally in this pursuit of truth. So if knowing the truth is the aim, then this aim can only be attained in a joint effort. Knowledge of truth is not a solitary effort. Truth is known and ascertained in this communicative process. In this elentic process, if the interlocutor realizes that the beliefs that she holds true are inconsistent, this is an important achievement. Then the dogmatic certainty that one often entertains makes room for modesty and fallibility. The value of Elenchus also consists in its clarificatory job. The assumption behind the Elenchus is that holding an individual belief implies holding many other beliefs in the neighborhood. We are often not aware of this implication. Having a false belief might very well coexist with some other beliefs that are held true by the same person. This implies that not all beliefs entertained by the person are false. There are some truths that are accepted as so by the person. Elenchus makes the person realize that the truths that are held so by the person conflicts with her initial response, and she is not ready to alter her acceptance of these true beliefs. This implies that the initial belief that she held is false. It is perhaps philosophically unilluminating to try to discover why the historical Socrates spent so much time in applying Elenchus to his fellow citizens. The lesson that one could take from this is that truth is known only in verbal communication, and that too in the form of Elenchus. This exchange of ideas, followed by many more verbal clarifications, lead us to truth. In Phaedrus, Socrates compares writing with painting and argues that if one asks a painting about its feature, the painting remains silent. So also the printed words, if asked to explain their meaning, go on repeating the same thing. Speech, on the other hand, is lively and makes room for further explanation and clarification. In another dialogue, Socrates refers to an Egyptian myth where the story is that, at one time people didn't have this knowledge of writing. So everything they used to, memorize. And then somebody came and invented this method of writing, and somehow it really, crippled, man's ability to think, to creatively think, etc., etc. So it was a kind of curse to mankind that now we have, we know this printing technology. So acquiring and apprehending beliefs are not jobs that one can perform in seclusion. If language is a social art, as Quine holds, then so are our beliefs. We learn beliefs, we articulate them, we refine and refresh them only through interaction with others. What we think of the surrounding world is what we learn from others. What we think of ourselves is also largely determined by what others think of me. We learn what others think of me by interacting with them. So we are caught in a maze of multi-level interacting relation. It is not merely a matter of Socratic arrogance to invite someone into elentic argument and then to show that the interlocutor holds inconsistent beliefs. Rather, a philosophical humility is expressed in inviting one into elenchus and to gain mutual clarity and understanding. The other in this picture, the other, the interlocutor, plays a crucial role. Understanding the other enriches understanding oneself. It is not a question, for example, whether one can perform just act, right act, moral act, before one knows what justice is. We find ourselves in this world and keep on participating in our own ways, depending on our notion of prima facie, notion of duty. Elenchus gives us the opportunity to get a clearer understanding of this prima facie duty. Gaining a clearer understanding of what a just act is, alongside knowing our failures in performing just acts, is no mean an achievement, and Socratic elenchus accomplishes this enviably. It is true that in many of the dialogues, Socrates is at pains to show the hollowness of the knowledge claims of people. People claim to know things when they really don't know. This pretense has been severely attacked by Socrates. Socrates, on the other hand, does not claim to have knowledge. And so he knows that he doesn't know. And this makes Socrates the wisest person in Athens. This Socratic ignorance is not a matter of pretense only. The philosophically important message that one could hear is that truth and beliefs are known in this dialogical process, and we should remember Socrates' view that speech, in a significant sense, is superior to written words, in the sense that words get lively and beliefs get born and refined in and through the dialogic process. Both the parties in the dialogue are enriched. In a Socratic elenchus, not only beliefs are clarified, beliefs are also formed. Elenchus is a dynamic process, a process where the parties talk and talk to get at knowledge. Talking and listening go hand in hand. Mutual interpretation is at its best here. Unlike what happens in writing, in an elenchus, words are not dead fossils left behind by its authors. They move and gaze at the parties in the elenchus. Elentic enterprise is not merely a matter of clarifying one's beliefs. New beliefs are formed, new ideas emerge, new distinctions are drawn. Our acquiring thoughts and beliefs is accomplished in this kind of dialogue. Elenchus does not confine itself into coming up with rigorous definitions of key concepts under discussion. It would be rather simplistic to think of elenchus as a definitional project. In philosophy, often the problem is that we are not sure whether we are asking the right kind of question. What it is that we are defining And even the conceptual apparatus that we are using while defining escapes our clear understanding. Language and the concepts expressed through language do not come to us from some external source. Language and the associated concepts are born, emerge, and shaped in our linguistic communicative behavior. To get the language right is not the aim in itself. To be understood and to interact with the fellow beings is the raison d'etre of language. Language learning in its basic features also exhibits this dynamics of understanding and communication. Learning simple natural kind terms also involves a great amount of going back and forth for the learner. Remember, when as children, when we are trying to learn language from our elders. So no wonder then the picture gets immensely complicated once we try to learn words that have important philosophical imports like knowledge, virtue, freedom, etc. In a sincere dialogue of the form of Elenchus, learning these words cannot but leave an influence on how we believe and how we live. Very briefly, we don't have time to get into that details. Very briefly, let me just draw your attention to another dialogue, another kind of dialogue from which a different model of philosophy emerges. This is the dialogue that one can find in Chandogya Upanishad. This is a dialogue between a son and his father. After completing his studies for 12 years, the son, called Shvetaketu, returns home, very proud, boasting about all the things that he has learned during last 12 years while staying with his teacher. So naturally the father, Aruni, out of curiosity asked him, so what things you have learned in last 12 years? So he gave a long list. These are the things that I have learned, and very, very proud. Then the father started asking him, let me briefly quote one simple Sanskrit sentence. It's wonderful. Can I have a copy of this? Yeah. Yeah. So after giving a long list of the things that he has learned, the father was asking him, so have you learned that? Knowledge of which would enable you to know everything. Have you learned that? Yena ashrutang shrutang bhavati, amatang matam, avijnatang vijnatam. Have you learned that? And the son was really, very shocked. So, no, I have not learned this thing. Then, there's a long description of this knowledge of that, which is, kind of the ultimate cause of this creation, etc., etc. And at the end, the dialogue ends with this. The father told Shvetaketu, after a long description, Tat Satyam, that is the only truth. Sa Atma, that is Atma. Tat Tvamasi, Shvetaketu. Shvetaketu, you are that. Okay. So, from this dialogue, it's very different in structure from the Elenctic dialogue. I hope to undertake a detailed study of the difference between the structures of these two kinds of dialogues. But from here, a different model of philosophy could be said to emerge, where we could say that philosophy is a study of reality. And of course, there are different grades of reality, different versions of reality, different understandings of reality, even within the classical Indian philosophical system. But this is another kind of dialogue which could be the springboard of another model of philosophy. And I'm very tempted to bring in a little bit of J.L. Mehta here, because J.L. Mehta, he was a student of Heidegger, and he wrote, about the Upanishadic conception of being, and try to encapsulate it within the Heideggerian framework of the inquiry of being. So these are some of the issues that really one could explore further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, moving forward, I request we will move forward to our next session, which is compared by Mohit Tandon, sir. So I request to take him over the dais. And before that, I'll request our HOD, Harish sir, to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Samiksha. Now we are coming to the end of the first session. That was the inaugural session. And immediately after this, the next session will begin. We had a plan, 10 minutes break in between, but now there is a little time. So till 1 to 2 o'clock, we'll have a next session. And then after, we'll break for lunch. Okay? So before that, I would like to express my vote of thanks to all the dignitaries, those who have come for this lecture. First of all, I would like to extend my vote of thanks to Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakravarti, who has kindly accepted our request and present here and graced our occasion of inauguration. I also expressing my vote of thanks to Professor Deshpande, who has right from beginning literally looked after everything of this convivium as such, and he has guided a couple of times. He has also given the names of the experts. So almost everything was touched upon by Professor Deshpande. In spite of his health and his elderly age, he has really took a lot of interest in organizing this function. Therefore, we all are here. And I also express vote of thanks to towards Professor Gokhale, who is always with us for any kind help. He never hesitated to extend his helping hand to our department. He is very active and busy with us. We get a lot of encouragement from both of our teachers. And I also thank all the dignitaries who have accepted our request and all the way came from their respective places here to express their opinion on philosophy. And the entire team here, I also thank to my authorities in the Savitribai Phule Pune University, who have taken enough, what we can say, efforts to sponsor this program. I also thank ICPR for, on the 13th only, we received a letter that ICPR is also sponsoring this seminar. And yesterday only we sent them letter for compliance and all that. So I really thank to ICPR that they have recognized and acknowledged the importance of Indian Philosophy Quarterly. And last but not least, my team, all the students who have, this function is being organized, and the hands behind all this function is the student of the Department of Philosophy. They have really worked very hard. Last 2 weeks at least, they are working and preparing for making this event happen. I express a vote of thanks towards my students also, and definitely not thanking my colleagues, but definitely appreciating their help for organizing this function. And really, Professor Nirmalya Chakravarti have explained the notion of dialogue, and Professor Deshpande was telling the concept of convivium. I think the institutionalized elenchus is what convivium is. So, and he also said that printed and paintings and printing do not have that much stuff to express. So therefore, we have been printing the IPQ since many times. Therefore, we have thought that let us meet together and have an exchange of words. So that's really serving the purpose. Thank you very much, sir. We'll begin immediately the next session, and after that, we'll break for lunch. Thank you. Experts in continental philosophy.
Hello everyone. Now we begin our first session, the formal session after our inaugural session. For this session, we have two eminent speakers. One is Professor V. Sanil. And another is Professor Nishad Patnaik. So I invite Professor Sanil and Professor Patnaik to on the dais. And for this session, I would request to Professor Nirmali Chakravarti to be the chairperson of this session. So,
हे माझं आहे का पण माझी अजून एक पिशवी आहे कुठेतरी पांढरी पिशवी
so Professor Nishad, if you can come here to see. Okay, okay. Okay. So we have Professor Sanil. He is a professor from Department of Humanities and Social Science, IIT Delhi, and I asked brief biodata, but he is very hesitant to give, or he's not interested in it, but he is a well-known scholar, expertises in continental philosophy, phenomenology, and other non-analytic tradition. He will be speaking on philosophy as an amateur pursuit. Before he begins his speech or lecture, we would like to request Professor Chakravarti, the chairperson of the session, to felicitate Professor Sanil with the token of appreciation and respect. So now I request Professor Chakravarti to chair the session. Over to Professor Chakravarti.
Okay. Welcome back to the first academic session of this convivium. We are very happy to have two very distinguished philosophers with us in this session, Professor V. Sanil and Professor Nishad Patnaik. Professor Sanil is one of the senior most professors of our country. He belongs to the Humanities and Social Science Department of IIT Delhi. At one point I remember he was seriously engaged in philosophy and film. I don't know whether you're still continuing with that. So he has varied interests. So without wasting any more time, let's listen to Professor Sanil's presentation. I would like to request all the speakers in this session to confine their presentation within 30 minutes so that we can spend 10 minutes or so for the question answer session. So Professor Sanil, please.
Dear Professor Chakravarti and dear friends, I thank Professor Sharad Deshpande and Professor Harish and the department for giving me this opportunity to be here And it's a great privilege to be in this function where we are sort of celebrating Indian philosophy quarterly. Because as Professor Harish said, many of us published in IPQ where there was no mandatory requirement to publish. Where we published because some friends insisted on publishing or some adversary challenged you to publish, but there was no requirement. And couple of years ago, somebody asked me to write a contribution on one of the Pune philosophers, Sundararajan's contribution to Indian phenomenology. Then I had an occasion to go through the old issues of IPQ. And I was very surprised to see the originality, warmth, and relaxed nature of the publications there. Because they were original in the sense, many of them were not in a hurry to address the contemporary situation in philosophy. People wrote on things because they are genuinely bothered about this. And as Professor Sharad Deshpande indicated, we can't say that those early papers were subjected to, as we saw, predatory reviewing as it is today, right? It is very surprising how we could have such original contribution without this so-called rigorous reviewing. This reviewing seems to be the myth of today's academic publications. It's interestingly, science is getting out of rigorous reviewing. See, for example, you know that Neil Ferguson's paper, which set the basis for non-pharmaceutical interventions during COVID, lockdown, masks, etc., it came into effect and the paper was reviewed and published only after 8 months, right? Today, knowledge cannot wait for this long reviewing. Now, what exactly the opposite? That's where the convivium becomes important. I also had the great opportunity to be, with many Pune philosophers, including Professor Deshpande in the convivium. Convivium is where we lived together and thought about things. There, the review happened before you write, not after you write, right? So many of the strength of these papers goes into these kinds of pre-reviewing, which was, there. And today what from all those experience is that I want to recollect under the idea about philosophy as an amateur pursuit, right? I start by saying that today, Doctor of Philosophy is a degree awarded to the highest learning in any field, right? But including philosophy, it's strange that we have Doctor of Philosophy in philosophy. So when Kant in the Contest of Faculties think about the distribution of departments in a university, he finds that university is a philosophical institution, rational exchange of ideas, etc. Hence, you have Doctor of Philosophy for every discipline. But can philosophy be yet another department in it, right? So I start thinking about amateur because there's a certain other way we need to behave, not as a discipline, right? Now, I don't want to say that this is something to do with academic and non-academic. I'm not going to talk about non-academic philosophy, partly because today academic institutions are under great threat. And I don't want to be, this is not the time for us to talk about anti-academic discourse. And also, philosophy is one discipline where anti-philosophy can give you a career in philosophy, right? Most of the contemporary philosophers are anti-philosophers. And outside the academy, it's not all that radical, right? You either face corporate neoliberalism or religious fundamentalism if you look for philosophy outside the academy. So we need to think about philosophy or this amateur philosophy. Amateur has come from Latin amare, which is somebody who loves it for the field, because philosophy already includes a love in it, love for truth, wisdom, but there is something else to do with that love, loving love in a different manner. And I also want to just say that I am also not saying that, we are not talking about interdisciplinary research. Interdisciplinary means usually that you are disciplined in one discipline and then you have complicated problem. Many people come together to do this, right? So you are expected that you need to master some fundamentals in some discipline. Now, amateur is not, he is interested in fundamentals, but he is not a fundamentalist. And as you know, this myth is great in science, in technology, where you think that you need to have basis in mathematics and science in order to do engineering. As you know, great engineers and in engineering pedagogy today doesn't believe in it, right? You go and take up science and mathematics as and when you need it, right? And it's interesting that it's only in humanities and social science department we have a course called research methods. In no science department you will find research methods, right? We think that these guys are really made it because they have some method, so we need to imitate it and all that, right? So amateur is not, and Professor Chakravarti has given us a very deep and comprehensive idea about that Socratic. And I just want to start by saying that Socrates is one of my figures of amateur thinking, because Socrates, as he said, showed that everybody is inconsistent. Why? Because there was an oracle in Delphi which said Socrates knows everything. So people went and asked Socrates. So he said, look, the only thing I know is I know nothing. Now both these have to be true, right? Delphi cannot be true. He knows everything. Then he also has to be, since he knows everything, what he knows has to be true, right? The only way Socrates can practice this is by showing that everybody else is inconsistent, right? So where he say whether he has any consistent knowledge, as Davidson what said, people go there to definitions of justice, truth, etc., and Socrates will prove they are inconsistent. Did he say anything consistent? Davidson says he managed to define mud as a combination of sand and water, right? This is one of the few things you find there. Otherwise, you don't find any positive definitions. And another aspect of this amateur thing, I find a very minor dialogue called Laches. Now, Laches is a dialogue where two of these great Athenian administrators, Lysimachus and Melesius, they spent all their time in the administration, so they didn't give good education to their children. So they wanted to say, whom did they send their children for education? And there's a new teacher has come to the local academy. He teaches sword fighting, right? So should we send our son to that institute? So they actually contact through knowledgeable people, Laches and Nicias, whether you do it. So Laches said, look, he is a great teacher. I have seen him performing in the other, but Nicias says, look, I have seen this teacher in actual battle. He's a coward. So should we send him? So they said, let us go to Socrates. Now Socrates, the first thing Socrates says is, any dialogue, he will change the subject. He said, look, that's not, we need to find out the virtue of the sword player is courage. We can settle it only if you know what courage is. Now, he will show that both Laches and Nicias are inconsistent in their idea about, though then they said, okay, you tell me. So Socrates says, look, you can give advice only if either you should have a good guru, I don't have, or you should have produced good PhD students. I haven't produced any. So I cannot give anything, right? So totally disappointing situation. And there Laches says, but let us learn from him, because whatever he talks, there is Dorian harmony in his voice, right? So this Socrates as a parrhesiast who will relate to himself and to others as a relationship to truth is characterized by the musical quality of his utterance, not because they are adequate to any reality or they are consistent, etc. Now, it is the classical idea about amateur. Who is the example of amateur in the present contemporary philosophy? For me, it is Alfred Whitehead, right? And why Whitehead? Because he is one person, he is the analytical philosopher. Continental, we can't say, right? He was the co-author of Principia Mathematica. And Russell, even in his later times when he has asked what is analysis, he often gave Whitehead's definition of analysis, but Whitehead had disappeared from the syllabus, contemporary syllabus, right? You don't find Whitehead anywhere. And interestingly, one of the Indian amateur thinker, which we have already named, Ramachandra Gandhi, wrote a book on Whitehead, which is not available any longer. Now, Whitehead says there are two kinds of philosophy. One is speculative philosophy. That is what creates consistent discourses. Now, another is the amateur pursuit as philosophy is philosophical assemblage. Like when you enclose something into a consistent thing, you need to live out certain things. Now, you need to find out gradation of these left out things and make them work in relation to this consistent whole, right? And if speculative philosophy closes the horizon of philosophy, assemblage opens it up, right? And he connects the actual want of philosophy. He says, philosophy deals with everything. That's what the idea is, right? You don't play safe by saying we only talk to this also. And he also says, we cannot keep the sciences apart, still less their objects, such as physical and mental. It is almost childish to attempt. The thing is to cut across in new ways. Get your religion into your physics and your physics into your aesthetics. Now, this is what amateur does. You know, he just get the most unexpected things into it. And metaphysical inquiry is open to the surprises presented by mystic experience, novel mathematical discoveries, and shock of aesthetic creations. Now, a couple of other examples since we don't have time to go into the details, I will just speak with examples. Another example is, for example, that Einstein didn't get his 1922 Nobel Prize in Physics for contribution in theory of relativity. He got for his work on photovoltaic cell. Why? Because a certain philosopher from Paris made objections to his theory of relativity. Nobel Committee cites a philosopher was instrumental in that was Henry Bergson, right? That was the time. Bergson was a philosopher. He is indulged in something in physics, and the Nobel Committee has registered it denying it to him, right? But he was not a philosopher of science. That's how today philosophy will deal with science, philosophy of science. And Richard Feynman once said, philosophy of science is to science what ornithology is to birds, right? So he didn't. He actually catches it from something. Now, in contemporary philosophy, there are things like, in quantum physics, you have things like uncertainty, you have things like strings. You ask a physicist, are they real? They said, look, we are not interested in they are real. That is left to philosophy, right? So amateur comes with the two things. We have nothing to do, left to somebody, right? Amateur philosopher catches a question in between these two. Now, you take Descartes. Descartes is the father, I think therefore I am, and proof of existence of God. But while doing it, he also fathered a school of geometry, analytical geometry, where he shows the correspondence between algebra and numbers. Now, this discovery didn't make any sense to contemporary mathematics then. Right? You needed to have Pierre Fermat to come and interpret it and make it friendly to mathematics. But you open a field of mathematics, you indulge in something which is not your field, which has foundational significance. Take Leibniz. Leibniz starts calculus. But the mathematics of that time, it was not a significant relationship. You need to have Newton in order to make it work. And these are what I call the amateur contribution. That is, you intervene in situations of knowledge, but not in terms of the categories by which that knowledge makes sense of these situation. And just quickly to tell a few other ways in which for the amateur, you often say that philosophy is only problems. Our undergraduate students always ask, you guys have been asking what is reality, what is knowledge, so many things. You have never given us any answer. And we try to always excuses. But the amateur faces the idea that philosophy is an activity of problems, right? Problems are not absence of solutions, right? It's not like a problem indicate an area where there is an absence where a solution has to come and fill it up, right? And problems are capable both true and false. There are false problems. And what the solutions answer, solution attain truth when it responds to a problem which deserves an answer. There are whole kinds of problems which don't deserve an answer. For example, if you look at philosophy, history of modern philosophy, there is a problem of induction. Hume forms it, and then Nelson Goodman reforms it, and then Kripke reforms it. Now, very often people say, oh, there's some problem with that solution. That's not the issue. The issue is that the task of the philosophical activity to keep that problem open, right? And you indicate some special cases where people can actually slip into solutions. So I want to like to say that this is a distinction between philosophy of axiomatics and philosophy or problematics, right? And amateur always look at, and he doesn't look at problem in the image of solution. We have the tendency to look at what's a problem. We often think that it is that which indicate the place where the solution occurred. And in Kant, you have antinomies, right? What is Kant's major discovery is to say that the correlate of an idea, not a concept, a correlate of an idea is a problem, right? That's where Kant's great genius lay. And in that sense, for an amateur, what he is concerned with is not about errors or illusions. He is concerned with stupidity, right? That is his task. What is stupidity? Stupidity is false problems, right? And our problematics save them from, stupidity. And two general operations of philosophy is that one is formalization. You say something, and you say some other statement can be uttered about that statement. Other is interpretation, right? You say something, there's a real meaning is hidden behind it, right? So this is, one is formalization, other is interpretation. And they always, you get a statement, you say that the real point lies in something else. But amateur is hell-bent on the fact of knowledge, right? No depth, nothing, no meta, it is the fact of knowledge, right? In that sense, every amateur, like Michel Foucault once said, I am a happy positivist, right? So this is the murmur of knowledge. It's just the knowledge being there, right? It's not about its consistency, its interpretative depth, etc. And we can say that in that sense, amateur is reflective. For example, today we say that knowledge is constructed, etc. Reality is constructed. Very fine. But the amateur says, but what is the way in which I take this constructive reality as reality? What is the feeling of my feeling? That's the question which the amateur often asks. In that sense, it is reflective, it's world-directed, it's also a collective feeling, right? That is, you actually works with others, right? If you, for me, a figure of a, amateur is a normal trekker who goes to mountain climbing, right? And you pick up all these things. On the one hand, you are open to what you call the felicity of the situation. Next moment, the stone is going to tipple into a new challenge. But you learn through friends, you learn through things, how to handle the absolute novelty of the situation. And just since we started with Socrates, I want to say that there is something in the Socrates tradition which really attended to this ability of thinking, amateur thinking. And that is what the Greek called the metis, right? Metis means cunning of reason. Today, philosophy doesn't talk about. Reason has an ability for cunning, right? And the real example is, it's a Homeric virtue. That is, Nestor is a great master of chariot races. He teaches people chariot races. And one of his students who is competing in the chariot race is Antilochus. Now, Antilochus has very weak horses. The other horses are really strong horses. Now, what Nestor teaches Antilochus, there was a very narrow turn in the race course. When it comes to the narrow turn, Antilochus sets his chariot across the road so that other big, smart, horses, they get hesitate, right? In fact, some of the great charioteers actually thought that this stupid guy is committing a mistake. But that moment when everybody hesitated, Antilochus goes against and wins this. Right? This is the ability of, this is a kind of willy intelligence. Plato will say this kind of intelligence of traps or deception, and also snatching the chronos, catching the opportunity at every point. It is something by which the weak triumphs over the strong. It is also the way in which natural outcomes are reversed. And it's also a way in which somebody deals with, like a trap setter. And, Plato will discuss this, and he is very worried about trap setters in his laws. One of the things is he is all the time worried about it. This is a very sophistic virtue. And what Plato really found out is that when he talks to the sophists manage to create something false, right? He creates something which has the force of the false. And Plato thinks that he can master it with the form of the true. But the incompatibility between the power of the false and the form of the true, this is what he is troubled by the sophist. So these are some of the agility, etc. And another aspect of this metis is technique. Metis is full of techniques, right? That is what, it's not method, but it is full of techniques, right? And this is something very, for example, when Kant talks about what is the source of pure reason, which allow concepts and intuitions to come, he says it is a secret art of imagination, right? And imagination is schematicism. It's schema. Schematism is something which is scheming. But Kant is scared of this insight. So first edition, he will say it is the secret source of concepts and intuition. Second edition, he will withdraw it. And he says, look, it actually obeys understanding, right? And if you take the word schema later in Thomas Kuhn, he will say that the foundation of science, he will develop conceptual scheme. But he will miss the word scheming in it, and he will say it is actually a disciplinary matrix, which is exactly its opposite. Whereas his friend Paul Feyerabend will write against method, a very anarchist test, right? And Davidson, one of the really sincere, simple-hearted philosopher, will say that if conceptual scheme doesn't have metis in it, then it is a dogma of empiricism. But later, Davidson will realize that he notices that his own sentences from Essay on Action and Events appeared in the painting of Robert Morris, Blind Time drawings. Then he asked the question, he is a truly amateur, he faced truly amateur, that his own writing appears in a MoMA painting. Then he writes The Third Man, right? The essay, which became the Gallery Bourget. Now, it's a true example of an amateur engagement by a very serious mainstream, philosopher. And, another thing is Alan Turing. Alan Turing actually proved, but he didn't prove that machines can think. He said, if you want to give an adequate idea of thinking, you need to include machine in it, right? That was his idea about it. That is, there is machine, metis, right? And, the metis was actually a goddess, right? And the Zeus actually wed Metis, and they had a baby. She was pregnant. And Zeus was very scared. If Metis gives birth to a child, the child will have the ability of Metis, and it will challenge Zeus. So what Zeus did is a super Metis. He swallowed his wife, pregnant wife, so that Metis is in him. Now, if any other person uses Metis, Zeus will come to know about it. No, this is philosophy's eternal dream. It can actually swallow the amateur with his metis so that it will really figure out what is going on, in it. And quickly, I don't have time to go. I wanted to give two Indian examples for this. Both are related to Pune. One is D.D. Kosambi. You know he was a historian and also a mathematician. Now, Romila Thapar once asked, so he is a mathematician, historian, why didn't he write the history of Indian mathematics, right? But Kosambi says once, he says, I am working in history so that I can make a contribution to mathematics. Now, why do you work in history to make a contribution to mathematics? And there is a long tradition where, Husserl, when he wrote Origin of Geometry, he asked, what is this geometric activity? It's not ontological entity like circles and squares, nor anything called a method which occurs. It is a sense of historicity, right? It is the cunning way in which actually geometricians have been dealing with it. The sense of historicity is this. That's what makes it, right? So you will see that he was very clear he was doing it. And he is one historian who had regular correspondence with Einstein. And he wrote a paper on Riemannian geometry, but published in Indian Journal of Agricultural Economics, right, on Riemannian geometry. Because he said, look, this is the only way you can make contribution to cutting-edge science from this jungle of India. And of course, his people who are jealous of him at TIFR will kick him out of TIFR because you are published in a UGC non-indexed journal, right? He lost his thing. So it's for us who want to really work on the amateur, we have a great. Another one is Ramachandra Gandhi, which we discussed, Strawson's student, right? Later came here and perhaps the only Indian philosopher who responded to the demolition of Babri Masjid, right? Wrote a whole book on Tayyab Mehta's one painting, but that book is not to be read. Philosophers can't read it because there's nothing on aesthetics in it, right? And artists can't read it because there is nothing on artistry in it, right? And what I want to, the height of amateur creation in Ramachandra Gandhi was this philosopher actually composed 6 Kathak dramas with Shovana Narayan. So we have to ask, why did a well-trained analytical philosopher had to compose? Of course, one thing is that in seminars you only get 15 minutes to talk. He could get 2 hours on the stage with some of the best artists. But, why did he do it? And suddenly, while I was listening to the Malia's talk, I also remembered that this one contemporary German philosopher who wrote a book called Critique of Cynical Reason, Peter Sloterdijk, who was in Pune. He was a Rajneesh Bhatt, right? He spent many years. So there could be a revival of, amateur thinking from Pune. And the last person, again, is connected with Pune, is Ambedkar. Ambedkar, in philosophy of Hinduism, says that he has there are 2 ways of relating to truth. One is true cognition, and the other is love for truth. He says problem in India is that we had ruthless cognitions, but they were restricted to communities. So this true cognition in India was never, sort of inflicted with love for truth. And truth is a very powerful passion. So if it is not loved, it creates hate. And caste hatred in India comes from our skewed relationship to truth. And he said, look, true cognition is philosophy, and love for truth is religion. And you know what religion for Ambedkar was? Something for conversion, right? Not that you go into the right religion, but religion's only significance is that you can convert into something else. That is a very typical, thing. So I will conclude by saying that just one sentence. Philosophy we often associate with argument, and argument is a great. Ramu Gandhi used to say that argument should be conducted as prayers, right? So argument, meditation, contemplation, and including warfare, right? Traps, metes, deception, to agility of reason, these are all part of it. That for which we need to develop a theory of gesture to do this. But what amateur summary does is that between philia, the love, before it reaches Sophia, right? It takes hold of some. This is the practice of seduction. There is no love without seduction, right? This is the time of seduction and various polymorphous activities which are actually part of love. And that's perhaps one way in which we could keep our activity going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sanil, for drawing our attention to this amateurist, intervention in different kinds of philosophical debates. So, we can spend some time if you have any questions or comments after, listening to our next presentation. Professor Nishad Patnaik, he's from IIIT in Delhi, and he is, his expertise extends to Kant, Husserl, especially Husserl's phenomenology. So, Professor Patnaik, please.
Before we begin Professor Patnaik's lecture, I would like to request Professor Chakravarti to felicitate our speaker.
So thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here on this very happy occasion of the Golden Jubilee celebrations of Indian Philosophical Quarterly. And I wish everyone involved with the publication every success. I mean, we deeply need such journals, particularly in the Indian academic landscape. So I hope it flourishes and keeps going and, produces more and more sort of interesting issues, and so that we can all benefit from that. With that said, what I want to present today is somewhat a little different, but it's what I've been working on. So my understanding was, to present something from my contemporary work. And so this is what I've been trying to broaden certain debates in philosophy and looking at a kind of more macro picture of what's going on in the world. So maybe or maybe not, I mean, I don't know, you might recognize that I use some philosophical concepts such as, the Derridian deconstruction and so forth, in looking at certain Marxist discourse, but in a broad sense, not in a kind of bookish manner. And instead of arguing, that deconstruction is opposed to Marxist theory, I kind of integrate it into a certain reading, not just of Marxism, but of the contemporary situation in the world. So I don't think I will get to the second part of my title, which is Renewing the Emancipatory Promise of Enlightened Reason, but at least I can kind of draw attention to why modernity, in a sense, is at an impasse, and why it's, fueling the kind of politics and so on that we are seeing at our present juncture. So with that, I'll begin. And by the way, this is part of, recently I wrote a book where these arguments are kind of presented in much more extended format. So this is not a plug for the book, although, it is. But in a sense, I'm going to be, it might seem a bit cryptic because, these arguments are kind of obviously condensed here. So the larger claim of the paper is that the contemporary figuration of modernity in the positivistic understanding of nature and capitalist form of society as two sides of the same coin constitute the reification of the original universal critical rational impulse of the Enlightenment. Okay? So such reification sets up a tension between the universalizing and particularizing tendencies of reason, reflected, for instance, in the current dominance of the territorializing forces of globalized capitalism on the one hand, and the simultaneous reemergence of xenophobic forms of nationalism based on narrow, territorially bounded identifications along religious, ethnic, or linguistic lines on the other. The tension between the universal and the particular in this particular context is symptomatic, I claim, of the deeper structural tendency towards reification and leads to a series of impasses in the interconnected theoretical, ethical, political, and economic spheres, which come to constitute a specific modernist sense of alienation. So the paper begins by posing a question regarding our contemporary situation. Why are we witnessing the resurgence of various forms of xenophobic nationalism and the reemergence of narrow pre-modern solidarities along religious or ethnic lines precisely when globalized finance-driven capital is purportedly breaking down the traditional territorial and cultural boundaries of the nation state? Or such was the claim at one point. It elaborates this tension inherent in the present by taking into consideration Hart and Negri's Empire, which came out in 2000, before the financial crisis, well before the financial crisis, as well as Anderson's Imagined Communities in 1983, right? While critiquing both. I won't go into details, but the dates are significant. So whereas Hart and Negri emphasize the supranational tendencies of capital captured in the deterritorializing sovereignty of empire, Anderson emphasizes the continued existence of nations and territorial boundaries, yet the present is marked by both these tendencies, that is both universalism in the economic and juridical domains and particularism in the form of nationalist parochialism. Thinking of these tendencies, I argue, as mutually opposed and exclusive leads to an impasse both on the economic and political front, constitutive of contemporary capitalist modernity. It results in a reified conception of modernity, which is the source of contemporary alienation. The latter then manifests itself in the regression to various pre-modern parochial forms of identification tendencies, but can account for their simultaneous coexistence. I account for this coexistence initially by arguing for their mutually constitutive codependence by showing how the nation state is essential to the widespread implementation of neoliberal economic policies. I introduced the notion of hegemony as a possible initial explanation of this codependence. Yet hegemony does not entail the empiricization of the economic or political, just as the supranational sovereignty of empire, based on the seeming technocratic nature and therefore independent nature of economic logic, does not entail its pure universalization. Rather, it must be understood, at least initially, in the Laclauian sense as a contingent universality. So hegemony as contingent universality. The paper fleshes this claim out in relation to the dialectic between universalistic and particularistic tendencies that are characteristic of the present. So instead of thinking that, of course, as opposed and so forth, I'm trying to argue that hegemonic logic, such that all resistance in the form of alternative economic and political paradigms is automatically kind of marginalized. However, as Judith Butler, Zizek, and others have shown or argued, the power of hegemonic formations can wane as cracks appear in their universalistic facade, and resistance that was marginalized can re-emerge with greater force and can take both progressive and regressive forms. So, as opposed to a kind of deterministic reading of history, often associated with Marxist thought, the idea is that, hegemony is not hegemony simply because it's the majoritarian view or something. It makes a universalistic claim, which for a while appears to be naturalized as reality, as is the case with neoliberalism today, but then cracks start appearing in it, and what was marginalized can return and claim as another sort of claim towards universality, right? But the important idea is that in modernity, this notion of the universal cannot have any determinate content. It remains empty in principle. Although that emptiness is fragile, it's constantly being, reified in the sense that that emptiness, in the name of universality, some content is constantly being put into it in order to claim the whole space of the universal. So the relation between the economic and the political is complex. Resistance to the hegemonic understanding of globalized capitalism does not always take a pre-modern political form of nationalism in the narrowly religious or ethnic sense. I mean, Zizek, I don't think, sees this point because he always criticizes nationalism as a kind of regressive movement, right, against modernity. For nationalism, but we know from our experience of colonialism and the anti-colonial struggle that nationalism need not necessarily be regressive. Right? Nationalism itself need not take a regressively communal form. It can manifest itself in the economic sphere through a delinking and withdrawal from multinational conglomerations based on protectionist policies, public spending that constitute measures to combat the deleterious effects of neoliberal economic policies such as free trade and economic austerity based on the idea that the fiscal deficit must be curtailed. The political and the economic spheres, while closely interconnected, are not identical or reducible. The same economic policies can have multiple political valences, while the same political position, particularly with fascism and right-wing populism, can give rise to the pursuit of vastly different economic policies. So far from being opposed to various pre-modern forms of fascism, finance capital, whether national or international, has both historically and at present been complicit with it, since investing in its war economy or in the extraction of natural resources, along with the curtailment of democratic resistance that accompanies it, has proved to be highly profitable. However, we are making a stronger claim. The complicity between capitalism and fascism is not merely historical in a contingent sense, but involves an underlying causal structural element which helps sustain the capitalist financial system. In relation to this link between globalized capitalism and the rise of various shades of xenophobic nationalism, the present, I will offer a critique of the distinction between imperialism and empire. Once the basic structural features of the continuity, despite obvious differences between imperialism and neo-imperialism, under contemporary globalized capitalism becomes explicit, the causal link between neoliberalism and the contemporary emergence of xenophobic modes of nationalism will also become perspicuous. So this is a lot to do in the time that I have, but I'll try and give some indication. So Hart and Negri argue that the emergence of empire, of free trade and a world market results in the transformation of the old divisions of imperialist geography. Even the spatial divisions of the world into first, second, and third that emerged in the post-colonial era become blurred. Capital encounters, quote unquote, a smooth world, or at least a world with hybrid identities and flexible hierarchies. Productive forces are transformed, leading to the hybridization of identities, and the role of the proletariat steadily diminishes as the nature of labor supposedly changes from traditional factory labor to communicative, cooperative, and affective labor in the new postmodern, post-industrial economic terrain. In contrast to this understanding, the logic of hegemony and the pattern of historical movement that becomes visible in it show, I'm claiming, the constitutive role of geographical and spatial distinctions in the process of the globalization of finance capital. Capitalism, therefore, is not a closed system, but requires a constitutive outside. So this is using the deconstructive method in reading the contemporary situation, dominated by capitalism, which I'm claiming is the reified formation of modernity, what modernity comes to be figured as today. Capitalism, therefore, is not a closed system, but requires a constitutive outside for its functioning, where this outside must be understood as an empty placeholder without a fixed content. So these are ways of trying to think of the outside without a fixed content, because of course if the outside had a fixed content, then it would become part of the inside. Right? So it's this idea of a differential outside. One of the places, and I'm claiming, the larger claim is that Marx can be read in this way. One of the places Marx locates this constitutive outside is in the absolute difference that living labor introduces with respect to dead labor, that is capital, leading to the apparently magical appearance of surplus value within the sphere of proportionately equivalent exchange of commodities. In the latter, this absolute difference is again reappropriated, that is reified, and quantitatively represented as a relative difference with respect to the price of all other commodities. This constitutive outside of capitalism as a seemingly closed system can also be identified in the everyday dirigism of the state in most advanced capitalist countries, that is subsidies to agriculture, trade barriers, and protectionism. What we are seeing today with the emergence of Trump and the trade wars, I mean, both the factors that led to his win, as well as what he's doing now, which really to me signals the breakdown of the universalistic promise of neoliberalism. Right? We are seeing a recession back into a kind of protectionism, even amongst advanced capitalist countries. Right? Okay. Further, and this is the important bit, that's why I've highlighted it, the constitutive outside can be, for my purposes in this paper, the constitutive outside can be located in spatial and geographical differences between regions and the resulting difference in climate. These differences allow much greater diversity of crops to grow in tropical regions, along with a much longer growing season, year-round in many places, allowing multi-cropping, hence greater cropping intensity, etc., and the greater biodiversity that makes a plethora of natural products available in these regions. Mineral deposits, oil reserves, etc., are also not equitably distributed around the world. So this leads to this idea of the continuity between imperialism and neo-imperialism. So these material facts are not only the primary reasons for traditional imperialism in its quest for raw materials and markets, but are also the source of its current mechanisms in the form of neoliberal economic policies. This is the argument. Yet there is an obvious difference between the present world order and the past, the fact that advanced capitalist countries no longer exert direct political control or impose their sovereignty on the tropical countries of the global south. How then can we claim that traditional imperialism and economic neoliberalism share a certain continuity? The continuity is based on a structural relationship arising from the closely interconnected divisions of place and space. The absolute difference of place between the tropics and temperate regions contradicts a fundamental premise of neoliberalism, namely that free trade is always mutually advantageous to the trading countries. The idea has its roots in David Ricardo's claim concerning the comparative advantage of each trading country in producing specific goods, which presuppose that each country can produce both goods that are being traded. However, if one, that is tropical country or region, can produce both goods, while the other, temperate country or region, can produce only one of the goods or produces the other in very limited quantities, then trade is necessarily asymmetrical and the question of comparative advantage does not arise. I mean, I don't want to go into the details of this, but there's a growth vector. Free trade is supposed to lead to, and specialization is supposed to lead to a growing vector of output, and that of course does not happen. It only happens if you presuppose that every country, no matter where it's located, can produce every good. Free trade therefore becomes a way of extracting tropical goods, agricultural produce, raw materials, etc., against the manufactured goods of the cold and temperate regions via the forced imposition of an international division of labor characteristic of imperialism, and I will argue neo-imperialism. The demand arising from the tropical regions for goods, raw materials, etc., that can only be produced in tropical climates does not suddenly vanish in the post-colonial era. However, in the absence of direct political control, their extraction must take an indirect, implicitly ideological form through the constitution of a hegemonic consensus around neoliberal economic ideas and policies which are implemented by each nation state. The policies, and this is the basic mechanism, the policies impose an income deflation on the petty producers and peasantry in the tropical third world, structurally analogous to the one directly imposed by the imperial powers on its colonies. This results in a shrinkage in domestic demand, thereby freeing up tropical goods for export to temperate regions, in addition to making more tropical land mass available for the shift to various cash crops for export, as opposed to food crop staples for domestic consumption. During the colonial period, such income deflation was necessary to maintain a constant supply of raw materials at non-increasing supply prices for meeting the expanding demand generated by industrial capital in the metropole, and freeing up land for export crops such as indigo, leading to the indigo revolt in Bengal of 1859-60. This demand has not changed in the post-colonial era, nor even the economic mechanism, namely income deflation, for ensuring that it is met. However, the manner in which the economic mechanism is imposed must change with the transition to the post-colonial period, since despite land and yield augmenting techniques, the tropical landmass is fixed. This puts an absolute limit on the possibility of further augmentation. Thus, income deflation is both the sufficient and necessary condition for the constant supply of tropical goods at non-increasing prices. How much time do I have? 5 minutes, okay. So the modality through which income deflation is imposed shows up the closely interconnected aspects of the differences of place and space constitutive of contemporary capitalism, characterized by the internationalization of finance, just as they were for the capitalism of the colonial world when finance was basically tied to nation states. Even within the quantified sphere of commodity exchange, neoliberal capitalism depends on spatial differences of the first and tropical third worlds. Without these relative differences, it would not be able, on the side of production, to exploit the seemingly unlimited reserves of cheap labor, along with the absolute material differences of resources and raw materials available in the third world, which reciprocally results in the stagnation of workers' wages in the first world. It is the latter phenomenon, that is the stagnation of wages in the first world, that leads Hart and Negri, also David Harvey, to claim that in the post-colonial era of empire, the spatial distinctions between the first and third worlds are blurred as first worlds emerge in pockets of the third world and third worlds emerge in pockets of the first. However, from a macroeconomic perspective, this blurring is firstly only partial, since increase in GDP as a result of FDI that constitutes the dominant conception of economic development under neoliberalism, particularly in third world countries, is perfectly compatible with rising unemployment, given the inevitable tendency towards rising productivity of labor under capitalism. Secondly, such blurring, where it occurs, is a consequence of spatial divisions, not of their obliteration. So on the side of consumption, the availability of new markets has always been the safety valve. This is Hegel's term in the philosophy of history, that allows metropolitan capitalism to escape the stagnation of demand in its own domestic markets. This is as true today with a burgeoning upper middle class elite emerging in third world countries, even if it constitutes a minuscule proportion of the population, as it was during the Industrial Revolution, which was fueled by and in turn fueled the age of imperialism. Without access to raw materials such as cotton from tropical regions, which constitute a drain of surplus, as you all know, the drain of wealth theory and so forth, that Dadabhai Naoroji talked about, which constitutes a drain of surplus as they were acquired through taxation and extracting rent from the colonized peasantry, hence in effect acquired for free. The mills of Manchester, Catalonia, and New England could not have been sustained. And without access to third world markets, which we all know ruined petty production in these countries and in turn made cheap labor available by adding to the labor reserves, the domestic demand would soon have been domestic demand in the metropole would soon have been exhausted, as the effects of industrialization in the metropolis, the tremendous displacement from traditional occupations and unemployment it caused, leading to mass exodus to the new world in waves that continued into the early 20th century, were fully felt. These spatial differences translate to differences in perspective, etc. This I don't need to read. This is the important bit, and I'll stop very soon after this point. This situation changes with capitalism entering its neoliberal phase. Against Hart and Negri's conception of hybrid spaces, we noted that as capital increasingly flows to the periphery, it does not blur spatial differences, but precisely exploits those spatial differences, both in a relative and absolute sense. That is, cheap labor and emergent markets, and raw materials and agricultural products. Without these spatial divisions, there would be no reason for capital to flow to the periphery. In exploiting these spatial differences, neoliberal capitalism works its inherent logic, leading to the rolling back of the welfare state, to the expropriation of a range of petty producers from their traditional occupations, and to rising unemployment, as the high levels of technology and thus labor productivity of new modern industries cannot absorb the labor they displace or supplant. This has a knock-on effect in the metropolitan regions, as the wages of metropolitan workers are increasingly linked to those in the periphery. The excess supply of labor in the periphery results in increasing unemployment and stagnation of wages in the metropolis, since the traditional international division, the imperialist international division of labor, no longer holds. So this is both the continuity and the distinction in today's times, which I'm claiming leads to the emergence of people like Trump in the world. However, in contrast to the period of the Industrial Revolution, or even the dirigist phase of Keynesian welfare capitalism, the present, characterized by the global shrinkage of demand under neoliberalism, has no mitigating circumstances that can avert a global economic slowdown. The global character of the shortage in demand means that there are no new markets to tap, as was the case with the colonies. Further, the advanced capitalist countries can no longer, quote unquote, export their unemployment, either directly to the New World or indirectly to the colonies. Finally, while capital becomes global and moves to the periphery, there is no corresponding possibility of a mass migration of the expropriated, displaced, and unemployed people from the periphery, either to the metropole or to new worlds. The possibility of the migration of people from the colonies was never historically realized except as slaves and indentured labor, which may thus be again thought of as another outside of capitalism. That is, as part of its process of primitive or primary accumulation. In the imperialist era, the colonies of the global south could never export their unemployment en masse in the manner in which the imperial powers did. Under neoliberal capitalism, the possibility is closed off not only for the third world, but also for the advanced capitalist countries. So this is the present situation according to my reading. So the contemporary global state of affairs, therefore, represents an impasse for the political economy of neoliberalism, from which there appears to be no immediate way out, a way to increase global aggregate demand, at least from within the system. Given this impasse, it is not surprising that we find a resurgence of right-wing populism and of neo-fascist xenophobic forms of nationalism in both the third and the first worlds. In the case of advanced capitalist countries, the rise of such regressive nationalisms tied to rising unemployment is targeted against groups that are immediately visible and identifiable, namely the illegal and sometimes even legal immigrants and refugees who are pushed out from their countries for economic reasons or due to war. On the economic front, the deleterious effects of globalization of capital manifest themselves in quite different forms in the first and third worlds. In the advanced capitalist countries, pervasive high unemployment and stagnation of wages as a result of outsourcing and the influx of cheap foreign goods leads to the tendency towards greater protectionism, as we are seeing today. For example, the Trump administration is attempting to seal its borders to imports by raising tariffs to outsourcing and to people. Yet, since there can be a multiplicity of possible correlations between the economic and political domains, in our present scenario, the same political tendencies of right-wing nationalism can be associated with very different, even contradictory economic policies. Thus, the third world or developing capitalist countries like India under Modi have opened their borders to capital inflows, FDI or foreign direct investment, by providing tax and other subsidies to multinational companies. And this, again, is symptomatic of the hegemony of neoliberalism, which is part of the asymmetric trade that we have been talking about, which is kind of the driving force behind or is the source of the continuity between imperialism and neo-imperialism, right? So I think I'll stop here with this, just as a kind of picture of the present. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nisha, please have a seat. Yeah, thanks for drawing attention to this conflict between these universalist capitalist forces and the typical xenophobic nationalist forces that are rising in every part of the world. So since we are running behind our schedule, can we just take one question or comment for each of the speakers so that we have enough time for lunch, and then we can follow up with other academic sessions. So if you have any questions or comments to make for Professor Sanil's presentation as well as Professor Pattanak's presentation, please come forward. Yes, please.
is not so much of a convivium as it is, that very abridged, compressed kind of seminar, academic seminar that we typically have. So there's little dialogue possible. So with regard to Professor Sanil, there are so many things that I want to raise, but just one quick comment, or rather question. I'm a great admirer of Kosambi, and of course I'm no mathematician, nor am I a philosophy person trained in philosophy. But honestly, I have not found anything which is philosophically of great interest in Kosambi. In fact, even his understanding, he very creatively deploys Marxism. But is there anything really philosophically interesting about, there was another contemporary, Bedekar, D.K. Bedekar, who wrote mainly or only in Marathi. And he was, of course, a proper philosopher, a person trained in philosophy, but though kind of amateur philosopher as well, and a good, very fine Marxist. So, but he's not known to Anglophone people, you see. That's why. And Kosambi did some very strange things in mathematics, like dubious things, I'm sorry to say. And that's the reason why he had problems at TFI, one of the major reasons, etc. And the second presentation is very interesting, but I somehow, thought that it was in some strange way something that I could have heard perhaps 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Nigel Harris wrote a book in the 80s, which was called The End of the Third World. And so where is the third world now? Is there a second world now? What is that? So what is this third world? And is delinking really a viable option today? Delinking from capitalism. I really don't know. If that is, and so very quickly I would just say, Ernest Gellner, who bridged these words of philosophy and anthropology, said decades ago, that whereas earlier science was in the world, now as it were, the world is in science. And so today the world is in capitalism. So you can only have an immanent critique and transformation of capitalism. There's no delinking.
So I guess we can have one more question or comment, and then the speakers can address this.
Present American scenario, so far as Trump and the person who is always standing behind or sitting behind Trump is concerned, it is rather anarcho-capitalism than simply capitalism, because the people they are following, the ideology that they follow, like the Argentinian president Javier Milei, and they are very fond of this Australian school rather than a Friedman school of capitalism. So that anarcho-capitalism is something, and they are they are not bothered about any other political or other ideologies. They are simply bothered about their things only. And even in India, if hopefully Starlink or that Tesla comes, then there is no problem. But the idea of Department of Government Efficiency may also come. This is what I fear. And this will be very bad even for humanity departments and for all of us. And that is something, the meeting between our Prime Minister and Elon Musk, that created that apprehension in me, that rather than those Starlink and this thing, DOG should not come here. Because this is another aspect of their this anarcho-capitalist thinking. Dismantle bureaucracy, no funding for anyone, and then gradually entire thing will be on contract. And what will happen to departments like ours, or for that matter even humanities?
Professor, you would like to address?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I fully agree with you that I didn't say that Kosambi is a philosopher. He is an example for an amateur, from which philosophers should. I gave one philosopher whom philosophy community doesn't sort of fully endorsed. So Kosambi, as you are saying, is that there is no philosophy in him. That's why he is important for philosophers. In fact, one philosophy which is ascribed to him is Marxism. And Shireen Prabhakar has shown that actually he is a dubious historian because he didn't read any of the contemporary insights in archaeology, which are published from Deccan College in Pune. He didn't read any of them, right? So historians are debunked. Those who ascribe Marxism to him have debunked him for being it. And his contribution to mathematics in Riemannian geometry, you have used the correct word, dubious. That's what the envious people in TIFR were saying. And this is my category because metis is this dubious, right? What does reason do in being dubious, in being cunning? There's a certain way the fisherman, there's a certain way in which the hunter, there's a certain way is Odysseus, there's a certain way in which Plato in front of the Sophists have to deploy this dubiousness in order to catch it. It's wait for the correct occasion to do it. And Kosambi says that paper on Riemannian geometry, this is how I make a contribution to contemporary geometry from this jungle of India. And what is that he did with, Riemannian geometry? Now, after 40 years, Gilles Deleuze will write on Riemannian geometry, right? In relation to cinema, in relation to contemporary art, then we know the history of that dubiousness. That is not discovered by so-called Marxists who want to make him philosophical, nor to the, our mathematicians who are doing it. So that way for me, he's an example of how to be amateur. And one of the things used dubious, this is the real question of an amateur other than everything. See, that's why amateur, you often say that the relation between amateur and professional is amateur is somebody who is practical reason. That's very dangerous because the way in which philosophy has appropriated metis, the amateur, is under the domain of prudence, practical reason. He has a way to do it. Now, the way to do it of the amateur is being dubious. Waiting for the courage opportunity, pounce on it before anybody gets it. And he is also social. In fact, it's very interesting when Vernon wrote a book on cunning of reason, he gave the example of why is it the amateur sociality is not because they want to share some knowledge of it. He said the example is the net, the fisherman's net. Fisherman's net works because of its bonds, right? It has every network has a connection to everything else. We philosophers have to form networks in order to really deal with the recalcitrant reality. Not that we want to share our knowledge or, anything. So that's where that dubiousness is actually the crux.
Well, so the facetious answer to your question is that we just heard talks on Socrates and Plato. So by those standards, 30 years ago is not that long ago, So I'm pretty contemporary, But the more serious answer is precisely this, that, one has come to think of capitalism and neoliberalism as the only game in town, as Zizek says. And that is precisely the notion of after all, capitalism emerged historically at a certain point. It's not reality per se, right? So that's precisely the notion of a contingent hegemony that comes to lose its contingent status and comes to acquire the whole space of universality, right? And appears to be part of the very fabric of the world. This is what people like Heidegger are also reacting against in a different way, with their notion of the essence of technology as enframing and so forth. Or at least I read Heidegger that way. Anyway, so this is precisely the thing, that something which is historical formation, which comes to be at a certain time and comes to acquire a kind of absolute hegemony, such that you can no longer see its historical emergence, and therefore it appears to be the only option that is available. So when you said this sounds like 30 years ago, in a sense it's true, but then in 30 years' time we might be somewhere else, right? So, this is not reality. Right? And with reference to your question, absolutely, but I'm trying to argue that there is a continuity between neoliberalism and what you called anarcho-capitalism. And you can see that in the things that you mentioned, the cutting the fiscal deficit and, withdrawal of the state from public spending, from kind of the public sphere in general, for the private companies to come in. That has been going on for some time, and this is just the kind of extreme version of that we are seeing now in front of us. But the universalistic logic behind the neoliberal enterprise, we can see the cracks appearing in it now, where advanced capitalist countries are in a sense fighting against each other. Trump has imposed a trade war, tariffs on Europe, on Canada, and so forth, right? And now there'll be reciprocal tariffs and so forth. So that whole globalization thing that we used to hear about in the early 2000s has kind of, is fading. Yeah, and in a sense, very interesting, I was talking about how ideology, once it comes to occupy the whole space of the universal, no longer appears as ideology, right? There's a certain invisibility of ideology. It becomes part of the fabric of reality, right? And that is what is breaking down right now. You're seeing cracks. I mean, of course, that doesn't mean that people see through to the, kind of the inner processes that are happening. Of course, the ordinary person's anger is directed at the visible other, namely the immigrant, who they are told is taking away their jobs and so forth. So they don't see unemployment having structural causes, right? They see it as, this other guy taking my job and so forth. So that's what I'm saying is happening. So that's the level of continuity that is going on in the present. Yeah.
Okay, I guess with these notes, let's again extend our sincere thanks to both the speakers in this session, Professor Sanil and Professor Pattanayak. And thank you all for joining us and for your interventions. So we end this academic session here. Now I think there is some announcement to make, right?
Thank you very much, sir. Now, there is a couple of announcements are there. Those who have not registered, please register outside the hall and get your coupon for lunch. Secondly, for the lunch, we are now going to break for lunch. The guest will go first to take their lunch, then student and teacher will go, so that next session will be starting by 3:15. We will have only 45 minutes for lunch. So if we go one by one, then it will be quickly we can finish. Then there is another announcement. Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute, Bori, will be hosting a guest lecture of Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakravarti at venue is Sri Navalmal Firodia Auditorium, Bori, today at 5:30 p.m. So those who are interested, they can join, and the title of his talk is "What is Indian about Indian Knowledge System?" So maybe for the first time, a philosopher will be talking on the Indian knowledge system. So all are requested to join his talk at 5:30. Now first, the guest will approach to the lunch, and then student and teacher will go. Thank you. And we'll be back by sharp 3:15.
श्रीजित प्रोफेसर श्रीजित आणि भास्करजी पुणेवाला देशपांडे सर. ओके सर नाही आहे तिथं शरद देशपांडे प्रोफेसर शरद देशपांडे. वो सौरभ का किसी उनकी स्लाइड पर सौरभ करण कोई भी होगा ना. सर ने आले देशपांडे सर येत आहेत. इतकं नाही बोलायचं बस बस 2-2 ओळी ओके Yeah. So I'll request chairperson, so please take the seat. Yeah. I'll request our speakers also, Professor Srijit KK and Professor Bhaskarjit Nyok, take the seats. Okay, okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an absolute honor to stand before you today as we embark on this enriching session of the National Seminar on 50th Year of Indian Philosophical Quarterly. Today, we are privileged to have amidst us an eminent philosopher and profound thinker, Professor Sharad Deshpande, as a chairperson. Alongside, we have the distinguished speaker of this session, Professor Srijit KK. Professor Srijit KK is currently assistant professor at Department of Philosophy in Vidyasagar University. He has done his PhD from University of Hyderabad. Now, I request to Chairperson Professor Sharad Deshpande sir to felicitate the speaker, Professor Srijit KK.
Hello. Well, good afternoon. This is post-lunch session, and generally post-lunch session is, it's not good for everyone because everyone feels sleepy. So we should avoid that, and now we begin. Actually, this session is to run from 2:35 to 3:30, and now we are just 5 minutes before. So I first invite Professor Srijit from the Department of Philosophy, Vidyasagar University, Midnapur.
Excuse me, we have to felicitate the speaker.
Whom?
Srijit sir.
It's okay.
Okay.
Afterwards. Let them first speak,
Okay.
let them first do their
Okay.
duty, and then felicitation.
Based on the performance.
Based on the performance. So I invite Professor Srijit from to give his speech, and he will be speaking. I don't have that. My papers are there. Virtue epistemology. Okay. So since you are coming for the first time to Pune, so I additionally welcome you for this seminar.
So, good afternoon all. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be a part of this Golden Jubilee celebration of IPQ. Like Deshpande sir mentioned, it's always a challenge to give a talk in the afternoon. I myself am sleepy, so let's try our best. And I will try to get the felicitation from sir after the presentation. He'll give the presentation only if I do well. Okay. Okay, so I will be reading mostly. Side by side, there will be a few slides, but primarily my method will be of reading. The title of the talk, as you can see on the slide, is Virtue Epistemology on Trial, Testimony, and the Failure of Greco's Defense. First, I will read the abstract. Virtue epistemology stands as one of the most influential frameworks in contemporary epistemology. positing that knowledge constitutes a cognitive achievement credited to the epistemic agent. However, this position faces formidable objections. A particularly compelling challenge advanced by Jennifer Lackey and others contends that virtue epistemology fails to accommodate testimonial knowledge, thereby rendering it an unduly restrictive and deficient account of knowledge. This paper critically engages with John Greco's prominent response to this objection, arguing that his defense deviates from the core tenets of virtue epistemology as traditionally conceived. Furthermore, it contends that the pragmatic features of knowledge upon which Greco's argument relies are not necessary for knowledge. Consequently, the paper concludes that Greco's response does not succeed in salvaging virtue epistemology from the objection. So nevertheless, it acknowledges that there are alternative positions within the literature may offer a more promising resolution to the epistemological challenge. So this is basically a work that I am carrying out now as part of a project funded by ICPR. So I thought some of the ideas that I am trying to develop, I will present in front of you, and this is in a very rudimentary form. It's probably a first draft. Okay, can we go to the first slide? So, virtue epistemology is an attempt in epistemology which tries to characterize knowledge, something analogous to what's going on in virtue ethics. So, the attempt is to characterize knowledge primarily in terms of intellectual virtues. So, according to this approach, both action and belief are called as performances. For example, Ernest Sosa characterized that way. According to the account of Sosa, a performance can be evaluated based on 3 criteria. One is that of accuracy, whether the performance is a successful one or not. The other is whether it is an adroit one, whether the performance is skillful enough. And the third level of evaluation is that of aptness, whether the accuracy or the success can be sufficiently credited to the agent or not. For instance, consider the case of an archer who shoots at an object. So if the archer hits the bullseye, it's a successful performance. So all performances have a goal. So belief formation, I should say, Professor Chakraborty had alerted to me regarding this. So the formation of truth or sustenance, formation of belief or sustenance of belief has the goal of truth. So this goal need not be intentional always. For example, somebody is pretending as a statue, standing on the beach, putting silver color all over the body. That can be even considered as a performance, though no continuous conscious intention is applied to that performance. John Greco characterized that cases of knowledge are where the truth of the belief is best explained by the intellectual abilities or competence or virtues of the agent. So in cases of knowledge, therefore, the accuracy of the belief or truth is credited to the agent. So in this sense, knowledge is an achievement. So roughly there are 2 strands there, virtue responsibilism and reliabilism, and the first strand focuses more on the characters of the agent, such as responsibility, intellectual humility, etc., whereas the reliabilist strand focuses more on the faculties, such as perception, inference, etc. So this project is, the virtue epistemological project is seen as a significant departure from the traditional epistemological approach. So as we know, the traditional approach is to provide a definition of knowledge in terms of individually necessary and jointly sufficient conditions. Virtue epistemology is not attempting to do that, in some sense they are they are of the view that the traditional epistemology is at an impasse, and therefore we need to, what we should do is to provide what is called as a characterization of knowledge, an account of knowledge, rather than as a definition of knowledge. Okay, so in contemporary, so this is virtue epistemology in a nutshell. So now, this account of virtue epistemology faces a challenge. Next slide, please. So that is that virtue epistemology is unable to account for testimonial knowledge. For example, Jennifer Lackey challenges virtue epistemology as follows. So here is an example she employs. Chicago visitor. Having just arrived at the train station in Chicago, Morris wishes to obtain directions to Sears Tower. He looks around, approaches the first adult passerby that he sees, and asks how to get to his desired destination. The passerby, who happens to be a Chicago resident who knows the city extraordinarily well, provide Morris with impeccable directions to the Sears Tower by telling him that it is located 2 blocks east of the train station. Morris unhesitatingly formed the corresponding true belief. So the lesson which Lackey wants to draw from this example is that here Morris appears to know. It appears that Morris has knowledge here. However, a virtue epistemological framework is unable to explain it, because one would say that it's the competence of the testifier that explains the success of the agent, rather than the agent's own competence. So it's the testifier's competence that explains. Therefore, the account of virtue epistemology faces a problem. So that is the counterexample. So now, in the next section, I provide John Greco's response to this challenge. So John Greco responds to the criticism that virtue epistemology cannot accommodate testimonial knowledge. Greco argues that from a virtue theoretic viewpoint, what is important is that in the case of testimony, the agent should be a reliable receiver of testimony. Greco says, the next slide please. Often, theories of testimonial knowledge are divided into 2 camps. One, on the first kind of theory, what is important for testimonial knowledge is that the source of testimony is in fact reliable. On the second kind of theory, it is also important that the believer knows, or at least justifiably believes, that the source is reliable. From a virtue theoretic perspective, however, a third kind of theory comes into view. Namely, testimonial knowledge requires that the believer is a reliable receiver of testimony. So, according to Greco, in cases of testimonial knowledge, the agent's reliability as a receiver of testimony constitutes the primary explanatory factor in accounting for the truth of their belief. Hence, according to Greco, a virtue epistemologist would contend that Morris' accusation of knowledge in the Chicago visitor case hinges on his reliability in receiving testimony. According to Greco, Morris' reliability in receiving testimony is the most salient factor in explaining the truth of his belief. So, however, Greco's precise intent here is not immediately clear. What does the notion of reliable reception entail? One might assume that reliably receiving testimony requires knowing or justifiably believing that the testifier is a credible source of information. However, Greco explicitly rejects this interpretation. He clarifies that the issue is not whether the believer possesses knowledge or justified belief regarding the testifier's reliability, Greco elucidates his notion of reliable reception, asserting that it entails the possession of reliable cognitive faculties that enable one to distinguish reliable source of testimony from unreliable ones. Next slide, please. So Greco asserts the following. Testimonial knowledge requires that the believer is a reliable receiver of testimony, and this will plausibly involve reliable capacities for discriminating reliable sources of testimony from unreliable sources. So it might be assumed that the capacity to distinguish reliable sources of testimony from unreliable ones necessitates that the agent possess either knowledge or justified belief regarding the reliability of the testifier. However, Greco does not endorse this view. Instead, he appears to maintain that an agent can exercise the ability to reliably discriminate between reliable and unreliable sources of testimony without possessing justified belief or knowledge about the testifier's reliability. To outline a possible virtue-theoretic account of testimonial knowledge, Greco appears to foreground the notion of what I call testimonial competence, though he does not develop it in any detail. He seems to suggest that humans possesses a distinct cognitive capacity for acquiring knowledge through testimony, analogous to the capacities underlying perceptual, inferential, and memorial knowledge. So if this interpretation, so the idea is that just like we have perceptual capacities and inferential capacity, we have a distinct capacity called testimonial capacity. So that seems to be the move. So if this interpretation is correct, then receiving testimony involves the exercise of a specific epistemic faculty, one that enables the agent to acquire knowledge in a way comparable to other epistemic capacities, such as perception, memory, inference, etc. So how much time do I have? Another 5 minutes. Okay, so better I conclude then. The next element which Greco adds is that he adds a pragmatic pragmatic element to his account. Next slide, please. So Greco draws an analogy between playing a soccer game and acquiring testimonial knowledge, asserting that this comparison illuminates how testimonial knowledge can be incorporated with a virtue epistemological framework. So as you can see, the example is that there is someone called Ted scores a goal. So he received an excellent pass and then he scores a goal. So the question is, who is credited for it? So Greco's analysis is that Ted in this example is sufficiently credited, though his competence that are involved is minimal because he had to just put the ball into the net because the pass was an excellent one. Still, one can say that he is sufficiently credited, Ted is sufficiently credited because he involved in the process in the right sort of way. So the involving in the right sort of way is crucial in determining credit. That's the position. So similarly, in the case of testimonial exchange, one is, even if the testifier has a lot of competence and it looks a lot outweighing than that of the receiver is sufficiently credited because upon receiving the testimony, the receiver himself or herself can act as a reliable source of information. So the point is that as long as the agent can function as a reliable source of information, he or she should be ascribed with knowledge. That's the position. So what Greco does is that he adds an additional condition called acting in the right way, and being a reliable source of information. So being a reliable source of information, it seems, is necessary according to the account of Greco. However, I argue that this extra additional condition which Greco incorporates is problematic. I argue that it is not necessary. Being a reliable source of information is not necessary for knowledge, number one. And number two, by incorporating that, he is not providing a virtue theoretic account. By incorporating a pragmatic element into his account is not purely virtue theoretic in spirit anymore. It's at best you can call it as a modest virtue epistemological account. So we will see the counter example I would like to provide. Can you please proceed? Can go ahead as one more slide. Yes. So I provide a counter example to argue that Greco's additional requirement of being a reliable source of information is not necessary for knowledge. So consider a scenario in which Malini's communicative faculties are severely impaired. While she intends to convey specific information, her speech consistently diverges, producing arbitrary and unpredictable errors with no discernible pattern. Despite this communicative deficiency, Malini retains full linguistic comprehension, processes spoken and written information accurately, and effectively retains and recalls them. Her cognitive faculties, aside from her impaired verbal expression, functions normally. So the point is that the intuition suggests that in this case, Malini has knowledge. The only problem is that she cannot communicate it properly. As a result, she is not a reliable source of information. And we can also imagine, one of the examples we often use in epistemology, that of a pathological liar, somebody who lies as a pathological case. So it's possible that someone who pathologically lie can have knowledge. They know what is the case. The only thing is that they don't tell the truth. They don't communicate the knowledge they have. So it seems, therefore, that being a reliable source of information is not necessary for knowledge. And plus, this is not a virtue theoretic component. Therefore, by adding this into the account, Greco is not successfully providing a virtue theoretic account of knowledge. So I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Srijit, for your presentation. And as the practice has been already said, that we take questions for both the speakers together at the end. So I now invite Professor Bhaskarjit Niyog, who is from Center for Philosophy in JNU. He will be speaking on the shift and the social in moral responsibility.
I have a few slides, if you could connect it. Okay, great. Thank you, Professor Deshpande, for that introduction and for giving us this unique opportunity to be a part of this beautiful event. The title of my...
This big opportunity is provided by the head of the department, Harish.
Yes, thanks to you too. Really grateful for that. So the title of my paper is The Shift and the Social in Moral Responsibility. It's not a great title, not very happy with it now. I wanted to talk about moral responsibility, wanted to talk about the social, also wanted to talk about the SIFT. And that's when I think the confusion arises. It's not very clear, but be that as it may, I hope it sort of does the job. It gives you an idea what this talk is going to be on. So in this paper, the paper has two sections. Well, it's not really a paper. I think following the spirit of what Professor Deshpande has suggested to us, I should rather call it a presentation. So it's not a paper also because of the fact that it's not going to progress in a unidirectional way. It has multiple dimensions. And so, but then the basic idea is that in the first part of the presentation, I'll be talking about a SIFT that is allegedly taking place in the Anglophone analytic philosophy. And this SIFT, can you please have the first slide? Yeah, it's not very clear. Yeah, the SIFT is the shift of focus from the individual to the social, from the private to the public, and from the personal to the political. So here I'll be talking about this shift with a special reference to the concept of moral responsibility. So in this second part of the presentation, which is going to be the justificatory part, I'll briefly present a proposal on a particular kind of moral agency in a collective context, and I call it a representative agency. It's a form of agency that needs to be understood from the point of view of what I call a non-individualist perspective. And note that this needs to be understood in the context of the broader debate of collective responsibility. And if my effort succeeds, I believe this will make a statement about the SIFT that I'm talking about here. Next slide. Okay, so this is a quote from an opinion piece written by somebody called Kevin Richardson from Duke. He said, "The linguistic turn is over. We partied hard, got hungover, and now we are trying to live as respectable adults. Today, a new revolution is brewing. Analytic philosophy is in the midst of a social turn." It's a funny comment, but then it is written with a lot of seriousness. Now, Richardson is, I think, quite correct. There is indeed a party over the linguistic turn. And it lasted for quite some time, more than a century perhaps. And still it's going on, and the hangover is not yet over. But then, what is this social turn that Richardson is talking about? How do we understand this social turn as opposed to the linguistic turn which we are all familiar with? I won't be able to give you a comprehensive idea of this social turn because that's why I use the term allegedly, because there isn't any declaration. Nobody has confirmed that there is indeed a turn called social turn taking place in analytic philosophy. But then there's something that's happening in last 30 years or so. I won't be able to talk about, as I said, from a general perspective, but particularly from the point of view of social ontology, an area that is very dear to me. And from that social ontological perspective, if you look at the way philosophy has been done in Anglophone analytic philosophy, in that tradition, mostly, philosophical concepts have been analyzed, investigated, or studied within a broader framework of individualism, where the basic unit of our analysis is an individual human person. You name any standard philosophical concept, let's say consciousness, identity, memory, mind, agency, we invariably refer to an individual human person with reference to whom a particular concept is to be problematized, philosophized. So there's been a sort of, some sort of obsession about the individual as opposed to the collective or the social. So can I go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so historically speaking, individual has been afforded a privileged position over the collective. And I don't know why, but there could be many explanations, historical, cultural, or other kinds of explanation. But here I'm particularly concerned about the philosophical explanation. Why is it the case that individual human person is the fundamental focus for philosophical explanations? Why is it the case? Why has it been the case? And why are analytic philosophers so obsessed with this? So that's my concern, and that's the question that social ontologists are raising now. And it's a quite an interesting sort of problem, because we are not sure why this focus is always with the individuals. Yeah, not able to see the next slides. Yeah, so one thing is clear, that there's a presupposition in analytic philosophy. There's been a presupposition that metaphysical inquiries should focus on fundamental or non-reducible entities of the world, as if explaining the reality in terms of intrinsic, independent, and individualistic features is theoretically more desirable than explaining it in terms of relational, dependent, and non-individualistic features, which are usually connected with the idea of the collective. So that is more problematic, and that's been the presupposition that most metaphysicians have. And that's one sort of, probably one reason. But then when you analyze it, particularly from the point of view of social ontology, I think, can go to the next slide. I think we can roughly think of three major reasons. And a lot of people are talking about these reasons, and I think they're not entirely incorrect. The first is the eliminativist and the reductivist position. And the second is concerns about the naturalness of social entities. And third is mind-dependent nature of social entities. The eliminativism, I'm going to talk about particularly on eliminativism and reductivism about social entities. Eliminativism about social entities argue that accepting social entities as real or fundamental realities might raise concerns about their compositions. So they are mainly sort of concerned about the composition. How do we explain that composition? Because metaphysicians are pretty familiar with certain paradoxes. Let's say the paradox of Sorites, or the sand paradox, or the paradox of Theseus. So these are paradoxes often metaphysicians talk about when they talk about the problem of composition. So because of that fear, they often think that social entities are not fundamental entities, and we cannot have a foolproof explanation about their composition. Because of that fear, perhaps philosophers find it difficult to accept social entities as the unit of their analysis. But the most important, perhaps, the argument is the individualism, methodological individualism, the impact of methodological individualism in social philosophy of social sciences and analytic philosophy in general. Now, according to methodological individualists, social phenomena must be explained by referring to how they result from individual actions or inactions or omissions, which in turn, they will have to explain which in turn how they arise out of individual psychology and their interconnections. And social entities have this problem. They are not irreducible. You can always reduce them to individual entities which have very strong metaphysical foundation. Now, a lot of people have sort of written about it in the last 20, 25 years, and either they try to develop a position against this individualistic approach, or they try to sort of give different accounts with the help of which they will be trying to undermine the conditions behind that individualist approach. I can, I think, name at least 3 books that have been written in last 25 years, and these books are extremely influential. The first, I think, that comes to my mind is the book written by somebody called Brian Epstein, and the title of the book is The Ant Trap, where he really systematically launched an attack against methodological individualism. Methodological individualism, which he basically borrows the interpretation from Stephen Luke's. It's a combination of ontological individualism plus explanatory individualism. And then the next book, which is, I love that book enormously. It's called The Group Agency, written by somebody called Philip Pettit. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the works of Pettit. He wrote this book with Christian List called Group Agency, which is again a sort of a very strong statement about the realist position about group identity or group entities and group agency. The third book, which is a bit old, written by John Searle, The Construction of Social Reality. It reminds us of that famous book called The Social Construction of Reality. But Searle doesn't talk about that book at all, which is quite famous in social sciences, particularly in sociology and sociology of knowledge. That book, in this book, The Construction of Social Reality, Searle sort of inaugurates this new area called philosophy of sociality, right? Which is very different from, according to him, very different from philosophy of social sciences, because philosophy of social sciences, it's all about methodology, whereas philosophy, political philosophy or social philosophy, it's all about normative science, about societies. So we need a different area, so to speak, called philosophy of sociality. And social ontology is often, conceived as a part of that approach. Okay. Right. As I said, a lot of effort has been made already, and I also find myself, working in the same camp, the camp that sort of, the resistant camp, as so to speak. And I published a book called What Responsibility, Whose Responsibility, which is basically a book about collective responsibility debate. And there I sort of try to argue about the realist position that it's possible to attribute moral responsibility to collective entities in the literal sense. Because the individualist will always, when you talk about responsibility, because I was going to focus on this particular concept, individualists will take a very individualist explanation, because for them, this is just a figurative way of attributing responsibility to collective entities. People like Jan Narveson, Stephen Donney, and others, they have sort of have strongly argued against the possibility of collective responsibility. It's just a figurative way of talking about collective's responsibility. It doesn't say anything about the individuals. So collective responsibility has to be distributed among the constituent individual members and according to their positions in the collective. So in this book, I basically argue against that, and I suggest that it's possible to attribute literal moral responsibility to collective entities if we could show that certain aspects at the collective level can be collectivized. For instance, collective intention, agency, emotions. Collective emotions are, again, philosophy of mind, people will always understand as emotions of an individual human person, but we do talk about collective emotions. We do talk about collective guilt. Now, how do I collectivize those things? So that's one of the major problems for my book, and that's where I sort of suggested that it's possible to attribute moral responsibility to collective entities in the literal sense. So after the publication of this, a lot of people raised objections, and one of the objections I was particularly impressed with is that my focus has been basically on structured collective entities. The argument is that your approach doesn't say anything about unstructured collectives. You know, there can be all kinds of collectives. Like this collective is, can be said to have a certain structure. There's a sort of a decision-making body, there are members, there are audience, so on and so forth. The university is a proper structured entity. An institution is a board of governors, is a particular structured entity. But what about mobs? What about civil society? What about racial groups or identity groups? Do they have that structure? We often talk about their responsibility. Now, how do I make sense of their responsibility in the literal sense? So, so I thought I should now start talking about moral responsibility of these unstructured collectives. Now, again, if you look at the literature in the last 10, 15 years, a lot of people raise this quite emphatically that it's just not possible to give a collectivist explanation of collective responsibility insofar as the unstructured collectives are concerned. I have a few quotes. Go further. No, just put it. No. Yeah. So the hegemony of individualism continues. So the individualists will say that, no, it's just not possible. They have to distribute it to the individual members. There's a very famous paper written by somebody called Virginia Held, written in 1970. It's quite a famous paper, actually, where she talks about unstructured collectives. She calls it random collectives. Moral responsibility for the failure to do A then means that every member of R is morally responsible for the failure to do A, although perhaps in a significantly different proportion. The second quotation is from May, Larry May. He's very famous in this area. He says that attribution of responsibility to a random collectives is shared among individuals even if it cannot be apportioned equally among members. The third is from Bernard Smith, where in a paper written in 2018, where he says, whatever responsibility random or unstructured collections might have cannot be genuinely collective, but has to be some distribution of individual responsibility. So these are actually, these people have a fairly sort of sympathetic view towards the collectivist position. Even they also think that so far as the unstructured collectives are concerned, it has to be of a reductive kind. You cannot really attribute responsibility to such an unstructured entity in a wholesome way. Now, it's been an effort, next slide, that I've been trying to sort of know the previous one. There's a case study. Well, it's a case that I talk about, and I suggest that through this case, perhaps we will be able to draw some conclusion and draw some lesson. The case goes like this. An elderly person gets trapped in a manhole during a sudden flash flood in a city suburb. There's a bunch of bystanders who witnesses this unfortunate event unfolding. The physically weak individual is on the verge of losing his life, as he will soon be swept away by the water if not pulled out quickly by someone. It takes just one person to give the required pull to the elderly person so that he can push himself upward with his upper part of the body. Nobody comes forward, and as a result, the elderly person gets swept away and dies. So it's, this is a typical case of unstructured collectives. It's a case of bystanders. I'm sure most of you are familiar with Kitty Genovese case, where a lady was murdered and nobody did anything, and it was a textbook case in the United States, a school textbook case actually, where they talk about collective psychology and so on and so forth. Now, if you look at this case, it's a case of unstructured collectives, and nobody does, then the moral responsibility goes to the entire collective, right? That's the lesson that we learned. Now, go to the next. Now, here I suggest that there's an asymmetry. if we can think of a different version, which is a version of action. This version is basically a version of inaction. When nobody does, that's why all of them are collectively morally blameworthy for not rescuing the person, and that's why the entire collective has to be held accountable for his death. Now, think about an alternative version where one of them goes out and helps and rescues that person. There's no blame. The entire collective will not be accountable. Nobody is going to be blaming anybody. It's a happy situation. Now, the asymmetry is very striking. You know, it goes like this. If no one does, all of them are morally responsible. But if one of them does, nobody is responsible. Right? Isn't it? If nobody does, all of them are responsible, either individually or collectively. But if one of them goes ahead and rescues that person, then nobody is responsible. Now, if you have a very thorough individualistic explanation, you'll have to say that in the happy situation, the responsibility is a matter of praiseworthiness. The praise goes to the person who rescues the victim, and others are just out there. They don't either receive any praise or blame. Perhaps some people will make a criticism about their, lack of, sympathy and other kinds of things, but nobody is going to accuse them for not doing enough, right? Now, what I suggest here is that if we pay attention to this positive version of collective moral responsibility, a non-individualistic interpretation, and understand this action performed by that individual, let's say the kind-hearted individual who goes ahead and does the job. If we interpret a non-individualist interpretation of that person's attitude, because that person goes ahead and rescues the person as if it's an action of that's for everybody. He goes ahead and does it as if it's our action. We have to do that, right? So he goes ahead with that we attitude. He didn't do it with I attitude. He didn't think that it was my responsibility and I'll have to rescue that person. It's our responsibility, right? So I call this sort of attitude or this kind of agency a representative agency in a very sort of informal setup. There isn't any formal representation because there's no contract. It's an incident that happens so spontaneously that you just go ahead and get the job done, right? You don't really need anybody's advice. Nobody's really, having any agreement, so to speak. One of us, has to go ahead and help that person. No, that's not the case. Just spontaneously, you go ahead and grabs that person from the manhole, and the problem is solved, right? And everybody is now out of that moral hook, as it were. Otherwise, if that effort wasn't there, everybody would have been blameworthy, right? So this, if we have an interpretation of this kind, I think, I'm inclined to say that we will be able to sort out this asymmetry, right? And thereby, we'll be able to give a collectivist explanation to this sort of unstructured collective responsibility. And that is my proposal. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhaskar, for your presentation. And I must say that both these presentations were absolutely brilliant and have raised many issues. As far as Srijit's presentation is concerned, he talks about, basic concept is this about testimonial knowledge, the validity of testimonial knowledge. That is the main theme of his paper. And as far as Bhaskar is concerned, It is, actually, at the end, that asymmetry you talked about, that was quite interesting. And this shift and the social, social ontology he talked about. So it raises many questions. I was just thinking of one example. It's in the Norm and Action. Faughn-Wright gives that example, that the boat is about to sink, and the captain issues the order that someone ought to leave the boat. Okay. Now, who that someone is and how this someone is to be, figured out. Now, someone ought to leave the boat. What type of command is this, first of all? Is it conjunctively distributed or disjunctively distributed? That's the point. So when you were talking about that manhole example, I was thinking of that. Anyway, one question per one speaker. So I invite questions first to Srijit and then to Bhaskar or otherwise. Yes. You have a question. Take this mic. There is a.
To Bhaskar sir, I wanted to ask about when you were talking about the asymmetry, in that example, where would the scales of responsibility tip if in that example the person did go to help the elderly person, but eventually the elderly man died anyways. So he could not be successful in helping. So where would the scales of responsibility tip then?
No, he was successful. He did rescue that person. In fact, in a written version of this paper, I do have a version where one actually fails, makes an attempt but fails. So it's kind of progressively shows in that attempt, I progressively show that the collectivist feature can be rescued if we interpret it in terms of the action rather than inaction. So here, what I have presented today, there's a case of failure and there's a case of success, right? Against that failure, when someone goes ahead and rescues that person, it's not just his action. You cannot have a very individualist approach towards his action. It is a moral action, and one could say that all moral actions are in some sense representative kind. Well, that's true, but think about those individuals who were elsewhere. Did that person do on their behalf? They didn't do it on their behalf, right? Of course, they were also part of the same moral community. But here, it's a case that happens right in front of this bunch of people. They have more moral responsibility than anybody else, right? So their responsibility matters. And if the person succeeds, then it's an action performed on behalf of the entire collective present out there. Yeah.
Actually, in continuation with what she asked, I think there is an assumption here that the person who goes to rescue the elderly person is going with the we ought to do something spirit. Okay, that's an assumption which needs to be considered, because this may have a lot of moral and legal problems if somebody under the pretext of, we got to do something, actually tries to go and save maybe, but ends up doing more damage. Okay, then law would not, consider the others to be guilty. They would consider this person to be guilty. And then what if he argues that it was with the we spirit that I went there? So it's not just me, but everyone else who is responsible as well.
As I said, there isn't any contract, right? So it's a matter of interpreting that action and the psychological attitude that the person was having while doing the act. He was open to others' help. It's just that others didn't show up, didn't help, come for assistance. He was ready. So in that sense, since it is this bit of openness, if there is a shared attitude that gets formed
there is a shared guilt when we fail to do something collectively. The very existence of the shared guilt means there has to be something like collective responsibility. So only thing is we have to philosophically theorize this collective responsibility, and we have to deduce that from the shared guilt itself. And shared guilt is there only in a hindsight. When the accident happens, then everyone will be guilty. They will feel the guilt. So when there is guilt, there has to be responsibility.
Yeah, that's why I think there's this campaign called Not in Our Name, right? That tells you got to raise your hand and declare that you are not part of that collective. If you don't want that kind of activity to go on, whatever it is. So there is always the intentional agency has to be respected, and as an agent knowing fully well, good or bad about society, you have that responsibility to raise your voice and say that you are not a part of the collective. Otherwise, you are going to be swept away. There's something called, curse of the lotus. That's the danger. And that's a lot of libertarians. Jan Nervison that I was talking about, there's nothing called collectivism. You cannot make sense of it. It's just like a writing poetry or raising a flag. Nothing more than that. It's very strong. The intellectual doctrinal position is very, very strong. And that's why it's not so easy to ignore their criticism. We'll have to tweak it in some way by bringing in different kinds of counter-examples and so on and so forth. Yeah, thanks. I think I'm taking too much.
Yeah. No, I think considering the time constraint is 16:22, I have to close this session and with felicitations to both the speakers, Srijit and Bhaskar.
So we'll start the felicitation. I'll request Professor Sharad Deshpande sir to felicitate the Professor Bhaskar Jitne also.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Samiksha Pali, welcomes once again to all the respected guests, esteemed speakers, and enthusiastic participants who joined us for today's IPQ seminar. Now we are heading towards the third session and also the last session before calling it a day. For this session, we have 2 diligent speakers and a chairperson. The division of time is like 20 minutes for the speaker, 10 minutes for the QA session, and 5 minutes for chairperson's remark. To preside over this session, we are honored to have Professor Bhaskarjit Niyok. I request him to kindly take the seat as the session chair. I also request Thank you, sir. I also request Professor Manoj Kumar Panda and Professor Nilanjan Bhaumik to come in front and take your seats. Philosophy of language, inductive and deductive logic, analytic philosophy, modern and contemporary Western philosophy, and phenomenology. He was guest faculty at Kirorimal College, University of Delhi from 28 January 2015 to 22nd April 2015. With this, I request our chairperson, Professor Bhaskarjit Niyok, to welcome him with the token of appreciation. I request Professor Bhaskarjit Niyok to felicitate Professor Manoj Kumar Panda by giving him a token of appreciation. Thank you, professors. Kindly take your seats.
Thank you so much. So it's now 4:30, Manoj. So allotted time is 20 minutes, right? Isn't it? For each speaker. That's what you say. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really privileged and honored to get this opportunity to share my thoughts. I think that this is truly a historic occasion to celebrate this 50 years of this journal, Indian. Today, in my talk, as the idea was, to have a convivium. So I'll not discuss any particular account in detail, and I'll not venture into any theoretical engagement. I'll try to explain the problem itself, which I have been dealing with for some time. I'll begin my talk with a very familiar question to all of us, which on the face of it does not seem even to be a philosophical problem. That problem is, that question is, can my perception that it is raining justify my belief that it is raining? This question seems to be very commonsensical. Obviously, I see that it is raining, and it gives me the reason for my belief that it is raining. What can be the, the problem, the possible problem? I see it and I believe it. So this question seems to be a very, innocent question. But this is a question for which one can say the whole history of specifically modern philosophy can be revisited for, different contesting answers. I find that there are two different ways in which this question can be broadly discussed or approached. One is by searching for the answer of this question, or revisiting modern philosophy for the possible answer. One may visit Kant or Descartes or John Locke for the possible answer. On that front, one can say it seems to be the most difficult question that contemporary epistemologists face. There is another way of discussing this question, that is by reflecting on the kind of question this is. Here, what I mean is that if we look at the different answers available in philosophy, all these accounts in response to this question suggest that the kind of conceptual apparatus, or what John Hugland calls conceptual toolkits, that we need in order to approach this question are not available in the framework of cognitive science. I will not say much about this second way. I will not say much about cognitive science. But what I will discuss here will suggest implicitly that cognitive science may do a lot of things, explaining perception, the causal mechanism, the computational ways, but answering this seemingly innocent question, can my perception justify my belief, is not its cup of tea. Let me return to the question. Why at all do some think that I see that something is the case cannot justify my belief that something is the case? Donald Davidson, the famous philosopher, for example, says, and it raised eyebrows, that perception can only cause my belief. The relation between perception and belief is causal, not rational, unquote. So only a belief, Davidson says, can justify another belief. Perception cannot justify our belief. The question that one can ask here, why something by merely being causal cannot justify a belief? What a cause does not have and a reason has, so that it can give a justification? This is the question. Now, many people, including John McDowell, who is known for his critique of Davidson, thinks that Davidson is obviously wrong. Once I asked Professor Bill Gramy about this, and he says, yes, I think Davidson has missed the point here. This is the comment made by Bill Gramy. That means it is obvious that perception justifies our belief. But I revisited Davidson's 2003 response to McDowell. That's, of course, a brief response. And that made me realize that the reason for saying that perception can give us reason for our thought is not that obvious as it seems to be. For Davidson, as you know, as I said, beliefs cannot be justified by, I quote, the testimony of senses, sensation, perception, the given experience, sense data, and the passing soul, unquote. And we can easily see who is the target here. It is the traditional empiricism. And Davidson acknowledges it by saying that while he argued that only a propositional content can justify another propositional content, what he had in mind is Sellers, the groundbreaking idea of the myth of the given. And I'm not going into the details of the idea of the myth of the given, but here there is a little twist. It seems that for Davidson, as Hannah Ginsberg, Davidson's colleague, claims, that sensation for Davidson cannot justify a belief, but awareness of sensation can justify a belief. But Ginsberg claims that for Davidson, awareness of sensation is nothing but another belief. It is not very clear for me how the distinction between sensation and awareness of sensation plays a part in this issue. When we have sensation, are we not aware of it? Does our sensation not involve the sensation, the awareness of it? If it does involve, then there is no reason to say that sensation cannot, but awareness of sensation can justify our belief. Now, McDowell agrees with Davidson on this point, that a mere sensation cannot justify our belief. But the point of departure is very interesting in the case of McDowell. He says, a mere sensation cannot justify our belief, but there is nothing called mere sensation. Every sensation has some conceptual content. So where actually Davidson went wrong about his claim? Perception, as I have been discussing for Davidson, is non-propositional, and therefore it is not something that can give reason to our beliefs, which are propositional attitude states. As he said, I look and I believe. And I believe that something is the case because I look that something is the case. And here the word because stands for a causal relation. I look at something and from that I have the belief that there is no need of any any intermediary. There is no need of anything else for me to say that I believe. I look and I believe. Particularly, maybe Davidson thought that there is no need of such intermediaries like concepts for justifying our belief. There is no need of introducing concept, and there is no need of making perception propositional in order to justify our belief. Now the question is, what actually does it take perception to justify our belief? What actually is there in experience which suggests that it has a reason-giving force? Ginsberg points out that accepting P, I look at P, along with that, accepting P as being the case would be helpful here. She says, I quote, if my experience that P does not involve my accepting the fact that P or otherwise judging or believing that P, then it does not give me reason to believe any of the implications of P, unquote. So if someone says so, Ginsburg claims that this turns into nothing but a restatement of Davison's claim that, reasons for beliefs must themselves be beliefs, nothing else. Accepting a perception, or accepting that I'm looking at something is nothing but a belief. So, accepting something to be the case is actually believing it to be the case. And that is also not very helpful here. It seems like saying he believes that it is raining because he already believed that it is raining. There is no need of perception. There is no need of, world, as McDowell says, doing me a favor. There is no need of that. So it cannot be merely a belief, but the fact which has got to, give reasons for my thought. And McDowell insists on the point that, in this context, one can say that experience is factive or factibly described. Ginsburg says here, why do you believe that the object is square? Because it appears to be square. Why do you believe that there is a candle in front of you? Because I see that there is a candle in front of me. So if the way objects are in the world are the reasons for the way we think about the world, then why is there a need to introduce concepts at the level of perception for our justification purpose or for the purpose of giving reason? For some philosophers, very importantly for McDowell, the notion of reason cannot make sense without placing it in the sphere of conceptual. The game of asking and giving reason, asking for reasons or giving reasons does not make sense, as Sellars says, without situating it in the sphere of conceptual. So it is the propositional structure of perception. I see that P gives me the reason for believing that there is P. It is the conceptual content. To say that perception is propositional may not make sense without saying that it is conceptual. So if we take into consideration the conceptual content, it seems the concepts are the proper elements in the realm of reason. But making our experience propositional may not help here. Making experience propositional, as I said, is nothing but making it a belief. Therefore, probably, McDowell has been lately arguing that the content of perception is not propositional, but intuitional. Even if it is intuitional, it has the power of giving justification for our thought. But how, if at all, do our concepts figure in our perceptions? Why at all there is a need of concept in perception to justify our belief? Perception is representational in nature. Many, though that is widely contested, some people might say that it is not propositional. The famous representationalist, anti-representationalist debate. I'm not going into that. So, it is accepted by many that perception is representational in nature, and these representational properties can explain why do we have a belief and justified in having it about what we see in our surroundings. So representational properties do not have to be conceptual properties. Perception can represent things without involving the conceptual properties. So we do not need to exercise our concepts in order for our perception to represent different aspects of the world. And in that context, Richard Heck says, is it not sufficient that the content of perception is representational to argue for the view that perception can give us reasons for our beliefs? Let me formulate the non-conceptualist thesis and conceptualist thesis about the rational justification. What non-conceptualist justification thesis would claim? The non-conceptual content of perception, which can justify our beliefs, does not go beyond the representational character of perception. And this representational character of perception is fully non-conceptual, and there is no necessary relation between something giving a reason and something being conceptual. And to the contrary, conceptual justification thesis would claim that the conceptual content of perception, which can only justify our beliefs, goes beyond the non-conceptual representational character of perception, if there is any. The content of perception cannot be representational without being conceptual. So these are the two different theses we can think of arguing in favor of either of these. Okay, and the question is still unanswered. As I said, I'm not going to answer this question in this presentation. I'll just explain the problem itself. Thank you for your patience.
Thanks, Manoj. I know your work from your student days. You talk about myth of the given, and today you talked about myth of the collective. Thanks for that insight. Now over to you, Nilanjan. Nilanjan is going to speak on the problem of method in philosophy.
Yeah, good evening. Firstly, I would like to thank the Department of Philosophy of this university for having invited me. It came as a great surprise to me, actually. I didn't realize that they would be remembering me. So, and secondly, we in Delhi University have never been able to run a journal for even a month. So, if somebody can invite us even in spite of this record, then, well, I don't know what to say. So, anyway, so in a sense, I'm going to sum up what has happened today, but in a different, by putting it in a framework. So what I'm going to speak about is on the problem of method in philosophy, and the reason I'm speaking about it is that I have been engaged in reading about this for quite some time now, more in the last year, but before that as well. But in the last year, it kind of really developed because I read in the right direction. So most of the times I was reading in the wrong direction. There's just a problem in academics. Sometimes you read wrong stuff. So if you remember what happened in the inaugural address, so I think Professor Nirmala Chakravarti said that whoever does philosophy, they have to ask themselves the question, what are we doing? So yeah, of course, that's the question to be asked, but there is another question that needs to be asked, and that is, how are we doing, what are we doing? Suppose I am very clear what am I doing, but then the question arises, how am I supposed to do this? So suppose I know that I am building a house or something. Yeah, well, the question is, I am very clear, okay, I need to build a house. Well, how am I going to do this? So that question is obviously there. And secondly, he described the Elenchus famous Socratic way of inquiry, if it is a way of inquiry. And yeah, that's fine, but there are many other methods, and we need to find some sort of framework to discuss them. And over the last 10 years, I think a certain framework has finally started developing. This framework has developed because of the heart attack that analytic philosophy has had over the last 30 years. It has taken time to come. So it is not just that the linguistic turn disappeared. It didn't. It sort of just went to the linguistics department. So we just sent it over to them, and we did whatever we did. So analytic philosophers are very happy. The other people are doing our work. We are doing something else, and we are doing it very well indeed. So analytic philosophy is continuing and doing all kinds of, virtue epistemology, all kinds of the conceptual content, whatever, massive stuff is going on without bothering too much about language anymore. So that's fine. But as they went on and on and on, around 1990s or so, they started wondering, look, what's going on? There's something funny about our subject. Firstly, everybody disagrees with everyone else. So when I was listening to Professor Panda, then he said something about conceptual content and justifying belief and whatever. Then I thought, no, wait a second, there is an ambiguity here. He should have noticed that, whatever. So there's always, and even if I said that, he may not have agreed with me. He would have said, no, I can take care of this, and then we will keep on disagreeing with each other forever. So that problem is there in philosophy, and that problem has to be addressed. Why are we disagreeing with each other? But that problem I can't address here. I mean, that's just another massive literature has developed on it with hundreds of PhDs now. So then there is the question of reliance on intuitions. We rely heavily on intuitions. You just saw an example of in Bhaskarji's presentation. So he said, okay, one guy is dying, 5 people are standing, one guy is, brings him out. This is collective responsibility, something like that. So this wham that comes, collective responsibility is there. Yeah, where did it come from? So it's just my intuition. But when I was listening to him, I thought, nahi hai, collective responsibility to nahi hai. So that's my intuition. So it's just like one intuition against another intuition. So analytic philosophers said this is ridiculous. How can we do philosophy like this for last 80 years, just trading intuitions with each other? So for instance, one very famous thing is that some people say Russell's theory of description says, okay, blah, blah, blah. Some people say, no, this is not the right way to think about Russell's theory of descriptions. The Russell's theory of descriptions is not this, it's something else. We need to analyze descriptions differently. My intuitions about descriptions are different. And that completely derails Russell's theory of descriptions if somebody else has a different intuition, like Strawson, for instance. So, and he presents all kinds of arguments for descriptions being used differently. But the point is this, we have disagreement. And the disagreement seems to be based on intuitions, which are varying with each other. How are we supposed to be arguing responsibly with each other as a dialogue if the only thing that the dialogue depends on is not Elenchus or anything? The Elenchus itself depends on intuitions of people. So Callicles has the intuition, power is everything. Socrates has the intuition, no, power is not everything, goodness is everything. Well, who's going to decide this then? They never come to any agreement on anything. Even if Callicles is defeated in argument, he still thinks that power is everything. So I'm referring to Gorgias, the dialogue Plato wrote. So there's a very interesting character called Callicles there, and he has a very interesting description of philosophy, actually. So he says philosophers are people, they're always standing in corners, and they're whispering with each other, and they're very afraid of other people. They don't want to tell other people what they are discussing. So that is also there. So slowly this thing has emerged that there is deep trouble in analytic philosophy. Its methods are problematic. The way it goes about doing its activities is problematic. There is massive disagreement. What are we going to do? And so, obviously, what are we going to do is we are going to self-implode. So that self-implosion has taken place, and so I'm going to give you the results of the self-implosion. So one thing that happened was that they said, look, what is the form of the question of philosophy? What's the basic question we ask? And the basic question that has been running for 2,000 years is, what is F? Where F is some very important concept, not like what is a microphone or something. That's not a philosophical question. But what is justice? Okay, philosophical question. What is knowledge? Philosophical question. Any what is question that Plato asks, for instance, that's a philosophical question. What is being, as Aristotle in metaphysics? Magnificent work. Everybody should read this work because it's a crazy work in philosophy. Aristotle has gone completely mad. But this is a man of the highest ability of reasoning, so it's kind of fun to read. But he's answering the question, what is being? When you ask the question, what is F? Then there are 2 ways of answering this question. One is a descriptive way of answering the question, and the other is the normative way of answering the question. So I will come to the normative part later because this normative thing has only started now, around 2018 onwards. So we have been doing the descriptive part for the last, I don't know, about 2,000 years or something. You can count from Plato onwards. So I'm not good at math. So once you do that, you realize that what Plato was doing, he just wants to know what is courage, what is piety. He doesn't want to know what should piety be, what should courage be. He wants to know what is courage, what is justice. That's what he wants to know. Yes, of course, he thinks Thrasymachus has a wrong notion of justice. Yeah, that's fine. But he wants to tell Thrasymachus, no, this is the concept of justice, not this is what the concept of justice should be, but this is the concept. So there is an interesting issue regarding the is and the ought thing, but basically philosophers want to know what is the concept of anything. there's an interesting ambiguity about what is F. So F can be an object or a concept. So if it is a concept, I do a priori investigation. If it is an object, I do a posteriori investigation. And most people post 1950s think that philosophy is neither not a priori really, but it's not also a posteriori. It's not really very clear what's happening. But they feel that, yeah, we are doing some a posteriori activity thanks to Quine's two dogmas of empiricism. But let's not get into that. So we just stick with the descriptive normative thing. Now the descriptive has problem in it. A, disagreement, as I told you. Secondly, descriptive philosophy, that is answering the question, what is F? Descriptively, what is the concept? Give me a description of it, necessary and sufficient conditions or whatever. You give me the description. Okay, so that lands us straight into thought experiments. Just like Bhaskarji gave a thought experiment. We have hundreds of thought experiments in philosophy. You look at any paper today being published in philosophy, all of them start with thought experiments. So it is just endemic in the whole subject by now. It was not so before actually, but now it is endemic. So people have been warning philosophers, don't do thought experiments, these are misleading, don't do it. But they are just doing it, day in and day out. Every paper, just check any paper in any journal. All of them start with a thought experiment. Imagine this situation, imagine a man hanging from a cliff, this, that, his leg is broken, all kinds of things will be there. Then something he will not fall or whatever. So something will be there. And then they will test your intuitions, okay. What are you going to say? So, and of course, people are worrying over intuitions. So this method is in serious trouble. We are not very clear what the role of thought experiments are. So that's a real problem. And this has now become a major issue in both epistemology and philosophy of science and in philosophy as such. If we are so reliant on thought experiments, do we know what thought experiments really do? What are these things? Well, we don't know anything about them. It turns out nobody really knows anything about them. So even Newton did thought experiments, Einstein did them, but it's not very clear how do philosophical thought experiments differ from scientific thought experiments. So this is like a major research program now. But we can't just stop doing philosophy just because some major research program is going on. We have to wait for them. Okay, they are doing something. Let us find out what the result is. The problem is they are also fighting with each other. So that is an interesting problem now. So descriptive approaches have this problem. They are dependent on thought experiments. Even Plato did thought experiments. Even the pre-Socratics did them. Everyone has done them. You think about Hobbes' state of nature. That's again just a thought experiment, though we'll come back to this again. So the descriptive has this problem. It has this, there are thought experiments that run it. Intuitions are there. It's very heavily intuition dependent. Very heavily intuition dependent. So, okay, that's a real problem, and philosophers have slowly started feeling very unhappy about it. In 2018, Herman Kaplan wrote a book called Fixing Language, where he said, this is not the way to do philosophy. The way to do philosophy is like this. I take the question, what is F, and answer it in a normative way. So he calls it conceptual engineering. They just take it from Carnap, actually. Carnap said that there should be explication and whatever. And so you take a concept, and you sort of develop it in a new way such that it can fit into the various ways in which we can carry out philosophical activity in a better way. So the idea is this. Philosophical concepts seem to be ridden with puzzles and problems and all kinds of difficult issues. The one way to get out of this is to ensure that we make a concept in such a way such that the puzzles and problems disappear. So one rather odd example that is given, most of the examples in conceptual engineering are rather unusual actually. So most of them come from gender, for instance. So people said, okay, what is a mother? So Sally Haslanger said, look, mother just doesn't mean somebody who gave birth to a kid. No, that's not what it means. It means somebody who takes care of the kid. So even if the grandmother is taking care of the kid, the grandmother is the real mother of the kid. So they have been apparently able to effect a change in US law with this. So now in the US law, they don't say that mother is the person who gave birth to the kid. They say it is the caretaker of the kid. So that much effect philosophers have had, actually, legal people and whatever. So they have all argued. It's like a conceptual engineering of the concept of mother. In the same way, you can do conceptual engineering for just about any other concept. Lots of engineering is done with the notion of truth and whatever. And there are very complicated stuff that goes on there. The only idea is this, whatever concept there is, remove the puzzles and paradoxes and problems and whatever, and you get a very cleaned out concept. And that cleaned out concept is what we are looking for. This cleaned out concept is not what we use daily, but what we should be using daily. Socrates is interested in what do we use daily? What's the concept of justice? It may be hidden from me, but in itself it doesn't have any problems. We have problems recognizing it. So that's another issue. So Thrasymachus does not understand the concept of justice. He has too many interests in his head. But Plato slowly, with dialectic and Elenchus and this and that and whatever, he gets to the concept of justice. So that's a descriptive approach. The normative approach is our concept is hopeless in any case. We need to change it. It's like our ambassador car was hopeless. We needed to change it, so we brought in some nice looking, I don't know, sedan or something. So that's the kind of thing. It's like an engineering change you do to a concept. It looks completely different than what it was before and how we used it before. Now, there are three problems with conceptual engineering which are quite serious. One was pointed out by Strawson very long time ago. So he said that, look, if you change a concept and you say mother is this or mother is that or father is this or truth is something else or whatever, yeah, that's fine. But the point is this is what is called subject change. I was discussing the concept of mother, but instead of a mother, you gave me a grandmother. Well, that's not, I don't want to know that a grandmother is the mother. I want to know what makes the mother a mother. I'm not interested in this caring issue at all. You are changing the subject. So this is a kind of sleight of hand that is going on. If you change the subject and say justice is something, whatever, I'm not interested in this. Why should I be interested in this? So he says, I'm interested in how I use the word, not how you are using the word, how you should use the word. That doesn't interest me. I'm interested in how I use the word. So what's all this battle going on with virtue epistemology? Okay, how do we use the word knowledge? They are not doing conceptual engineering. All they are doing is how do we describe the word? That's it. And they seem to be winning, actually, I mean, in spite of the testimony problem. So the first problem was subject change. The second problem is, what is it called? Yeah, meaning change. Oh, that's a major problem, actually. So the meaning change problem is if you want to change the meaning of a concept, that is, engineer the concept's meaning in a particular way, is this even possible? How are meanings determined? The most important theory in analytic philosophy, and the standard theory that is given is externalism. Meanings are not in my head. They are determined by the world. So that means that I can't change meanings. How will I change meanings? They are not in my control. Something that is there in the world is not in my control, so how will I change it? Secondly, even if meanings were not in the head and they were actually in the head, even then I can't control them. For a very simple reason, if meanings are in the head, then they are innate to me, or they have something to do with my brain structure or something. I can't change my brain structure. So there's nothing I can do. If it's external to my mind, nothing I can do. If it's internal to my mind, nothing I can do. Therefore, meaning change is impossible. If meaning change is impossible, normative notion of philosophy is dead. So the descriptive notion of philosophy is, well, it's not going anywhere. And normative notion is dead. So how are we going to do the subject then? So that's a major problem. Another problem, I don't think that's a problem, but they call it the implementation problem. Suppose I change the meaning of a word, and I say, okay, meaning of X is not A, but it is B. Yeah, but why would anyone believe me? Well, I can go to conferences, I can talk, I can do this, but philosophers are always disagreeing with each other. How is this going to stop? So there is this major problem of implementation. So just like you face a problem in keeping the journal going all the time, it's an implementation problem, right? Who's going to print it? Who's going to do this? That problem is going to come in any meaning change notion. If you change the meaning of a word, you have to keep waiting for a very long time. So some people have said, look, the meanings will change, but it will take a long time. Yeah, but the long time thing is like, it's not a great argument. So what are we going to do? Three major problems for them. Indeed, these three problems are so serious that Capellan has said, well, you know, philosophy is a very attractive subject. We have to keep doing it even though it is not possible to do it. So he says this actually in his book, Fixing Language. It's a very fascinating book to read. He says, yeah, it is true. We can't do philosophy. Subject change is just a serious matter. And meaning change is a serious matter. So we can't do the subject. So another way to look at the philosophy is that they say, don't ask the question, what is F? Ask the question, what is the function of X? So what is the function of F? This was raised by Bernard Williams, actually, and he's basing it on Nietzsche. Nietzsche's idea is that don't ask the question, what is justice? Ask the question, from where did it originate? And the basic idea is you go back to history. You can answer the question, what is the function of X, by doing it in three ways. One is the counterfactual way, the way Hobbes does it. He says, look, what's our concept of why do we seek a society? Why do we live in a society? Okay, if I lived in a state of nature, I would like to get out of it immediately. But there are no states of nature anywhere. There is no historical condition like this. So I remember when I was a kid, I used to think that, you know, where was this social contract ever made? Who signed on this thing? I mean, I never could figure this out. Who made this thing? This is very strange. Did I sign it somewhere? So, but there is nothing like this. It's a counterfactual scenario. Nothing else is there. Then you can do genealogical, you can answer the question, what is the function of X? by raising a genealogical investigation through a counterfactual situation. You raise the state of nature kind of thing. Or you can do it actually, as Foucault does, for instance. He says that Foucault is he really disregards all these conceptual investigations or state of nature investigations or anything which has anything to do with foundational issues. So he will simply say, look at history as it is. If human beings have come from apes, say it. If justice comes from just the notion of power, say it. Don't be afraid of saying it. If truth is nothing but my attempt to win a war over nature, say it. Don't say that there is knowledge and truth and these. Say clearly what the truth is. Go back to history and find out where was this concept, where was it born? And you will see it was born in the worst possible circumstances. State those circumstances. And you have done enough philosophy by stating them. Of course, Nietzsche also wants to do all kinds of things with values and whatever. Nobody ever agrees with him on that. Even Foucault didn't actually. But that's another way of doing conceptual, what is called point-based explanation. They're called point-based explanations. The idea is either I do counterfactual investigations or I do actual historical investigation. Or I can combine them, which is a very interesting idea, which Bernard Williams did. You simply take a counterfactual situation and then you take a very cleaned out concept, which comes from like two people interacting with each other. Then you throw it into actual history. And then you see how it develops. So this is what Williams did in Truth and Truthfulness. It is a fat book he wrote. It's also a very dense book. In that he basically says philosophy is not supposed to be done by asking what is F. No, you ask the question what is the function of X? What does it do in my life, the notion of justice? What does it do? So let's say when Professor Patnaik was talking, the way he was going about explaining things was basically a genealogical thing, an actual historical account of why the world is the way it is, with some neologisms added onto it. But that's fine. So that's what he's doing. He's actually doing what Foucault would like. It's a kind of actual historical evolution of what's happening today. But some people, Bernard Williams will say, no, this is not the right way of doing philosophy. You do it first counterfactual, then throw it into the actual history. And then you see how the thing develops. So there's a very good analogy with which I can end. It is, there is a snowball. So that's like a concept, right? So it starts at the top of the mountain. So one way of doing philosophy is the concept keeps rolling down and nothing ever adds on to it. So that's one way. That's the descriptive method. The other method is the concept is rolling down the hill, the snowball is rolling down, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So that's like more like the Wittgensteinian family resemblance view. All kinds of things are getting added. The other thing is that the concept is rolling down, the snowball is rolling down the hill, and there are more and more and more snowballs being created. So first there was just one, and then more and more and more and being created. So that's what Bernard Williams' notion of doing philosophy is. I take the notion of truth, put it in a very simple point. Two people are talking to each other. They need to be truthful to each other to have some sensible communication. Then you take that notion of truth and throw it into society and see what mess comes out of it. And that terrible mess will be what we have as a concept of truth today. But that terrible mess, it will take long time for us to figure out what that terrible mess is. But that's how we have to do philosophy. So there are two questions. What is F? That's not going anywhere. And the other question is, what is the function of X? Here in the function of X thing, you have various ways of doing it. You can do it the way Professor Patnaik is doing it. Look at actual history, construct neologisms, this, that, all kinds of explanations. Or you do it the way Bernard Williams does it, counterfactual plus actual situations. Or you just construct a counterfactual situation and forget it. You just say Hobbes' state of nature, here it explains everything about society, end of story. Why are we all sitting here? Because we don't want to be in the forest there. Otherwise we would all be cutting each other's throat. So that's the idea. So Hobbes' explanation, I like Hobbes, it's like very nice. The counterfactual situations are all very nice, but unfortunately they are very foundational. And that's something that Foucault doesn't like. So the idea of what are we doing in philosophy? Well, we are investigating these two forms of questions. Essentially, we are looking at what is the role of these concepts either in our life, or we are simply asking the question, what is this concept? And so both these, what is this concept question is slowly beginning to fade away, even though conceptual engineering is trying very hard to hold on right now. There's a flood of publications in it. And there have been some recent developments which are quite interesting, where they are pushing back on the intuition problem. So that's very interesting what's going on. There's a very recent paper in Philosophical Quarterly in the Scotland one by Sekowsky and Landis. Excellent paper on how to actually handle this intuition problem. So, and the other is that you just do either of these genealogical investigations, but their genealogical investigations are hard and dense. As Foucault said, it requires relentless erudition, and it is completely debunking in nature. That is, you won't feel good. Usually we feel good when we do philosophy, you know, we feel very nice and whatever. This nice feeling is what you are never going to get by genealogy. So there is a way in which philosophy is changing right in front of our eyes, and we need to sort of recognize it right now, that this is what's really happening. So with that, I will finish. Thank you. I think I took more time.
You know, that was fun. Interesting commentary on philosophy's current state of affairs. So I think we'll have 10 minutes for discussion. Yeah, let's have some questions. Yeah. This is directed to him or her? Him.
But I'll be extremely brief. Actually, I want to raise questions about three strands of philosophy. One is, of course, the analytical, where you talked about thought experiments that you find, I think, especially in analytical philosophy, and you said there is little sort of meta-theoretical reflection on that. What is a thought experiment? But I thought, you know, I used to be, till I retired, a student of political philosophy. So we used to read Rawls, and a little bit I remember. So there is this notion of reflective equilibrium, which I thought was, you know, his way of explaining what he was doing, you know, when he talks about the original situation, you know, that veil of ignorance. Anyway, so that's one kind. So there was some meta-theoretical kind of reflection there. That's one. Secondly, about Nietzsche, you seem to be saying that Nietzschean genealogy is veridical. You kind of actually characterized his Marxian kind of political economy kind of analysis, and you assimilated it to Nietzschean genealogy, which I found rather strange, because it was Nietzsche who said that what we call truths are illusions of which we have forgotten that that's what they are. So there is a, you know, I mean, it's what is truth? To Nietzsche, one doesn't know, actually. And then Marx himself, I mean, this is the last thing, in that extremely dense two-page piece called, you know, which is about thesis on Feuerbach. I think there are some answers to the kind of questions that you are raising. Do you find them of any interest at all?
Okay, let's go back to the reflective equilibrium part. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. So Rawls has these thought experiments, and he is going through all these notions of justice and what kind of state we will accept. His method, yeah, that is true. It is called reflective equilibrium, and it is quite a popular method in philosophy. So many of the philosophers of the descriptive school, they do believe in reflective equilibrium, but they have to answer the question of if someone disagrees with the results of their thought experiments, what are they going to say? Because they can also construct a reflective equilibrium of their own. So Nozick will have some system of his own. He has his own reflective equilibrium. So how are we going to judge between these two reflective equilibriums then? That's the problem that is coming up. So it is not as if Rawls is not convincing or anything. It is simply that reflective equilibrium is not as strong a method as Rawls would need to completely clamp down on his justification that this is the right thing we want. So something like that is going on. There is a lot of investigation of reflective equilibrium, by the way. So it is like, it's not like people have given up this notion. They are indeed looking at it very, very carefully, saying that this is probably one of the best shots we have at philosophy as to what is going on in this subject. So we have a concept, and then we want to develop and develop and develop it, and then slowly what we really want is reflective equilibrium. That's what we want, because we are not going to get veridicality very easily. What we want is reflective equilibrium. Enough consistency has to be there. Yeah.
Hi, Nilanjan, thanks. Just wondering, how would you respond to, you know, a Rottian approach, who says that philosophy can be understood as literature? So there is no question of method or methods, because literature as such doesn't follow any method. It basically tries to communicate in a certain, in diverse ways, you know, with people who are interested in it, and participate in a kind of ongoing conversation.
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, Williams did talk about Rorty in his book Truth and Truthfulness. But even keeping that aside, I mean, the idea is some people just think that Rorty has given up. He just got tired with the, he just doesn't know, he just doesn't see any way forward. I mean, he just says, okay, philosophy, literature, baat khatam ho gaya. But we are just discussing those people who have still not given up, you know. It's like, okay, no, there must be something there. But I want to come back to this Nietzsche question. He's right. How can we say that Nietzsche is the very, no, I'm not saying Nietzsche is being veridical. What he's being realistic. Actually, this is very true of Marx too. So people often say of Marx that he upended Hegel or something. That's not a very nice thing to say, but anyway, and it's also false. But the point is, Marx said that, look, don't look at history as if it is some unfolding, some great thing is going on. No, and it's nothing like this. It's just economic forces acting out, and that's the end of the matter. There's nothing great about human beings, no spirit is rolling along or something, nothing like this is happening. Economic forces determine our relations with each other. But I will look more closely at the thesis on Feuerbach. That I will look more closely to see if there's something there that we can sort of take out. So because people are looking at various texts, actually a lot of things that are happening in philosophy, I wish I had good time to talk about it. The last 30 years of philosophy, 2024, take it back 30 years, is very similar to the first 30 years of the 20th century. Very, very similar, including topics, except for some topics, thought experiments and whatever. The rest of the topics and indeed the concerns are exactly the same. That's amazing if you think about it. I'm not sure why this is happening, but it is happening. There's no doubt about it. The same concerns are there. First 30 years of 20th century, massive concern with meta-philosophy. They're not doing philosophy. They're really wondering what can we do with this subject? How are we to do it? Same thing is happening in the 21st century. They're just wondering what are we going to do with it. And slightly better answers have emerged. More culprits are on the table today. And much better worked out culprits as well. So earlier on, like 20th century is like, you know, just a few things are there. But 21st century, lots of culprits are there on the table. Any number of them, very, very well worked out. Well-honed culprits are running around. And so we have to just find the rat which succeeds. That's the rat we are looking for. So it looks like Williams's reconstruction of Nietzsche sounds like a good method, but the only problem is it works for political concepts, if at all it works. It works for political concepts. But what about other concepts? What about knowledge? What is going to happen to, what about non-conceptual content? What's going to happen to that? Williams is just silent on it. I mean, Bernard Williams, he's just silent about it. So with political concepts, he seems to be absolutely adamant that there cannot be any what is described as a priori investigation of it. There is no such thing as a rational investigation of political concepts. No. There is only counterfactual historical investigation and then putting it into actual history. But there, I have a feeling that this is just wrong, but this is because I was brought up on the descriptive method. It's just as simple as that. I was brought up on the descriptive method, right? All of us have been actually. So it is just very difficult to rewire my brain to sort of see philosophy in a new light. So maybe this is because this is the reason why many analytic philosophers who are very well-trained people, they find Bernard Williams's Truth and Truthfulness to be a very difficult book to read. They find Nietzsche easy to read. There is no problem. They are very happy with him, and they say that Nietzsche has been misunderstood. There's that lots of massive Nietzsche scholarship is going on in analytic philosophy. But they find Bernard Williams very hard to read. They don't understand what he wants to do. But Nietzsche, they are very fine with that. There is a massive upsurge of interest in Nietzsche, as a matter of fact, in analytic philosophy. Not in German, not amongst the Germans. The Germans are doing analytic philosophy. It's the analytic philosophers who are doing German philosophy now. So there's a kind of strange, there is a huge Europeanization of the subject going on actually. So early, I think post-50s, there was a massive Americanization of the subject, and the subject sort of just moved its house from Europe to the US. Today the subject has basically 50% has gone back to Europe again. Now in matter of sheer volume of publication, but also in matter of interest as to what they are interested in. So,
Yes, yeah. No, what if somebody says that it's not Europeanization, but, you know, Americanization of European subjects? That is true, yeah. That's a different...
quality of the European thinkers is really very, very good. I mean, they have surged ahead in philosophy of science. They are not looking much at epistemology. It's like Americans hold this massive dominance in virtue epistemology, nothing much you can do about it. But in philosophy of science, in many other areas, Europeans are doing very, very well. I didn't even mention the name, I think Max Kalos. Kalos has literally turned the whole of philosophy around. It's just amazing what he has done. I can't think of any other thinker who turned the entire subject around in such a short time. That's astonishing what he has done. Matthew Kalos. So he works in Basel, I think. He's a private docent. This is what Kant was actually at one time. So yeah.
Do we have one more question? If you have, you can take up at least one. No? If not, then I'll wrap it up and hand it over to...
I didn't deal very honestly with that question. In Nietzsche wala jo tha. I mean, Nietzsche wishes to be realistic, I think. That's the thing that really matters to him.
Hello. Thanks.
Just a very brief question, Professor Bhaumik.
Oh, yes.
You talk about the problems in method or problems of method. So ultimately it turns out that you are saying that no method at all and therefore no philosophy at all. It's a complete... If the question of method itself is a very problematic one, then the whole enterprise of philosophical inquiry becomes problematic.
That is true. The problem, we do have a problem of method, but we have a better account today of all the methods that are on the table. So I think in 1930s, nobody would even mention the word reflective equilibrium. Today there is a vast literature on it. All you have to do is just type reflective equilibrium on Google or something and you will see like 100 papers on it. And all of them really very good. So our situation is better. We have a better idea of how much trouble we are in. Earlier, we did not have this better idea of how much trouble we are in. Today, we have a much better idea. This is the amount of trouble we are in. Just like we have a better idea today, climate change, how much it is affecting us. So earlier on, we just didn't care about it. Oh, pata nahi kya ho raha hai, we don't know. But today, we have a much better idea. So it is better to know how much trouble we are in than to not to know anything at all.
And for that, yeah, we can apply more than one method into one inquiry itself.
That is true, yes.
So
the same concept can be studied ahistorically, historically, descriptively, normatively, any number of things can be done with it.
Here's a question. Yeah. Please be brief.
Excellent talk. Thank you. And today morning we heard, I forgot who, someone quoting, I think Professor Sanil, about the statement that philosophy of science is what ornithology is for birds. So it doesn't help.
Philosophy of science is what?
What ornithology is for birds.
Oh, I see. Yeah, of course.
So that statement. So similarly, so one might say that you don't need help from the philosophers of science for the scientists to see how they should function. So one of the ways to understand that is it's not a ridicule. Ornithologists trying to understand what the mechanisms of birds are. It's not to help them. So similarly, if you think about, so philosophy of science, one might say, somebody who sees philosophy of science as a practice, etc., it as an organic activity function in its own way. So similarly, if we are unable to find out what philosophy is as a meta-philosophical exercise, that doesn't mean that that's the end of philosophy, one might say. Philosophy as an organic activity, as a social activities, will function separately. It has a...
Yeah, that's it's like, I don't know what is the best military strategy to win a war. But that does not mean I don't fight a war.
That's a good comment.
Yeah, we can philosophize. Yeah. But we don't know what we are doing. What is the best way to do it, we just don't know. But we can philosophize.
No, what I meant to say is that even though we are not explicitly able to spell out the details of what we are doing, we might be knowing what we are doing or how to do things. It's just that we are unable to explicitly spell it out. So just like we are unable to spell it out what knowledge is, but that doesn't mean that we have no clue about what knowledge is at all. So in a similar way, we might be...
That's the descriptive approach actually.
I see.
No,
This
I
is going to
think-
be the last, yeah.
Okay. No. In fact, my feeling is that, you're so fascinated by this idea of method. And that is also a little problematic, because somewhere I feel that, when you say method, you're sort of influenced by the method of science. And you're importing, certain stuff from there to the domain of philosophy, which has always been very diverse. There always coexisted diverse approaches. I would rather prefer to use the word approach. I don't think if method disappears, anything will happen to philosophy. As Srijit, I would go with him. Nothing will happen to philosophy if method or people with certain methods approach philosophy and try to, conform to that method, do it. Rather, diverse approaches always coexisted in different civilizations. Okay, and philosophy, certain questions people raise from different civilizations also resonate with certain common themes. So there is always a possibility of looking at philosophy as multiple approaches, like a symphony which plays a grand music for humanity, where we make sense of what this entire thing called life is. Okay, rather than specifying and looking at focusing on one method and another method and worrying that this is not matching with the other one. I'm just complimenting you. Okay, it's
That's
not
an
a-
important comment.
yeah,
No, you are right
yeah.
about what you're saying. It's just that in your case, what will happen is that we would still not know what we are doing. It's like what Socrates says about, who does he talk about? I think he talks about somebody who's very virtuous. And he says that the man is very virtuous. He always does the right thing, but he has no clue why he is virtuous. He doesn't know, it's just luck. So that's the problem. If we may have various methods, and rather various approaches are there.
Nilanjan, that's a problem only for a Kantian, not for a Socrates. That's not a problem.
But for
Because,
Socrates, it was right.
No, but
Socrates could not figure out what explains why. What is that guy?
that
Oh,
is for-
Pericles.
that-
So
probably-
what explains Pericles is so virtuous? But Pericles doesn't know, and he says that's ridiculous. He doesn't know it. That's very strange. He says it is a divine providence that we are acting correctly, that Pericles is acting correctly. So in a sense, if there were different approaches to philosophy and we were doing really great in all of them, well, that's just divine providence. And that's unsettling for a philosopher like Socrates. Well, I suppose it should be unsettling to anyone that I just don't know. Suppose there's an electrician who works on television sets, and every time he gets everything right, and he repairs the sets. But somebody once asked him, look, do you have a degree in this? Do you know what you are doing? And he says, no, I have no degree. I have no idea what I'm doing. Then you would not ask him to repair the set again. You would say, well, that's really weird. That doesn't make any sense. So I think we are stuck between the obvious truths that he has said, that there are different approaches. That's perfectly right, actually. There's nothing wrong in that. It's obvious by human behavior. Our problem is how to make sense of the different approaches. So maybe we have to just come to the idea that we can't make sense of it. That it just doesn't seem to make any sense. How do we sort of put together all these different approaches? And that in itself is interesting.
I think I'll have to stop.
I agree with you that
becomes
but
a
the issue is
predicament
it's the
only in
worry that
science.
is there.
It becomes a predicament only of science, not in philosophy. That's why, I would probably, I don't agree with you if you say that Rorty has given up. But anyway, that's a different issue. But, it's a good approach. Instead of this fascination to put them together and see it as a unitary process. We can see it as an activity,
Yeah,
or
then we
multiple
will have to see it
activities.
merely as literature. It is not like Marquez
I
has some
just-
aim that matches Jane Austen's. Yeah, right.
Or games.
Thank you. Now there's something.
You forgot to felicitate.
Thank you, sir. for engaging in the discussion with participants and taking all the questions with generosity. Now I request our chairperson, Professor Bhaskar Jit, to felicitate Professor Nilanjan by giving him a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Kindly take your seats. Now I request Dr. Tandon, sir, to deliver vote of thanks for this session.
So we are coming to close the session, all the session, and tomorrow we will continue on time. So for all the speakers, I thank you on behalf of the Department of Philosophy. All speakers have taken all pains to come together. So on behalf of the department, I thank you all the speakers who have taken all the pain to come to Pune and deliver their respective lectures. And I hope that all have gained a lot of thought-provoking ideas from these lectures, and all these ideas will be utilized in future future endeavors. And of course, tomorrow's lecture series that we are having. So tomorrow's time of lectures are beginning at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. sharp, and 9 a.m. onwards we'll be having breakfast here itself. So see you tomorrow, and good day.
Yeah, there is one more announcement. There is one more announcement for the guest. So Nirmalya Chakravarti's lecture is arranged in the Bhandarkar Oriental Research Library. So guests are requested, if anybody wants to go there, the car is arranged. If everyone is coming there, we can go together. So what do you think? I mean, you just let me know. Yeah, the topic as declared in the morning is what is Indian